What up? Chairman. How goes it, everyone? What are we doing? You just done your backing. Nah, I don't think even a wrench is going to help him out. Hey, Jacola. Good to see you're enjoying Diablo 4. Kenneth, I've got the trailer and reveal of Final Shape on the plan today. If people want to check them out, it looks okay. I mean, I haven't seen all of it, just the pictures, but it is interesting nonetheless. Quackers, how are we doing? Donald, how are we doing? I know, but you have a lot of people defending it. I know you do, Dwayne. I know you do. Brandon, you're playing Cyberpunk? Nice. Hey, Sin, how's it going? Leafstorm, you're pretty much an indie junkie. Hey, Stage 1X. Ah, Power Boss. How's it going, buddy? It's been one of those days, buddy. It's been one of those days. Hey, Rabbi, how's it going? That's cool, Brandon. Jam Fortnite? I haven't seen it, but I've got it here for us to check out. Definitely here for us to check out. Where did I put it? That's D2, that's D2, that's Destin. I've got it somewhere here. It's on our list to check out, so we can definitely check that out because, I don't know. I've been on and off Star Wars games, personally, but I haven't seen the trailer yet. Standard edition is already $100? That must be in Canada. Rabbi, I'm okay. I've had better days. Let's put it that way. Benaya, you as well. I've had an insider tell me on Thursday it's going to run at 40 FPS. We may be onto something here. Hey, Savannah, how's it going? we got a few things talking about today. The main one is the $70 not sustainable. But I wanted to just cover this a little bit first because I saw this just before going live. And I figured, you know, it's something that I probably want to address. We played Diablo 4 the other day, but I can definitely stream it again, Rabbi. Maybe Friday? Yeah, we actually streamed it last week. I think on the Thursday we streamed it last week when it came out on Game Pass. Was it Thursday last week? No, it was 2 weeks ago maybe? Yeah, it was Thursday 2 weeks ago we streamed it. But yeah, I'll definitely, I can definitely see if I can fit it in on Friday. So Xbox is supposed to announce something by the end of April. That's what I've been told. And recently, Colt Eastwood said the same thing. So I'm inclined to believe it's real. Obviously, Hellblade 2 hasn't had its time in the spotlight yet, so that's obviously coming. It was part of another stream. Let me have a look and see if I can find it. Or Taz, if you can have a look at one of my older streams, it was towards the end, and link it in chat, that would be great. I mean, if you look at inflation, apparently, based on inflation for a £50 game, you know, back in the PS2 days to where we are now, games should be equivalent 86 pounds or $86. So it's interesting. I don't think it should go by inflation personally, because people's income doesn't increase with inflation. At least mine doesn't. Hypothetically speaking, if Microsoft buys Square Enix, that will mean they had 4 MMO games, 14, Fallout 76, ESO, and WoW. Don't forget Final Fantasy XI as well. It's still live, and it's still being played by a good number of people. So that would be 5 MMOs. And they've got Phantasy Star Online 2 on there as well. So that's 6. Rabbi, Taz is going to get the link. But apparently, I've heard this as well this week, well, towards the end of last week, that the CFOs have been complaining at Microsoft, you know, Tim Stewart, Amy Hood, that the consoles haven't been selling very well. But when you've got this, how do you expect it to sell it well? Yeah, but the price of the game doesn't dictate whether you're gonna, you know, if the game is higher, Sully, if it costs like $80, $90, that influences you in buying it day one. Because if it does, I've got a blank disc that you could buy for $90. I'll even draw a stickman at the front for presentation. Rabbi, Tasman is actually searching for it now. It's one of my old streams, and he's gonna. It's not a dedicated YouTube channel. It's just. It was on one of my podcasts that we're doing like now, and then the second half we started playing Diablo 4. So he's just going to find it. When all your friends are on PlayStation and Xbox, games are going to PlayStation. All available on PC and cloud. Why can't Xbox? I mean, only 4 games have gone so far, right, Benaya? I know everyone is saying it's not going to just be 4 and everything else, but for now, factually, only 4 games have gone across. There has been no indication, there has been no mention, no anything to say that more is going. We can assume that more is going, but factually, there is nothing to say that more will go. And considering how poorly, Hi-Fi Rush did, Pentiment did, I suspect Sea of Thieves will do, and Grounded is going to do, it may just be a reason for Microsoft to pack that idea in altogether. Oh, the optics aren't good. I agree with that. The optics aren't good. But from a you and me standpoint, it's still a thing. Star Wars? Maybe. We're gonna see the story trailer in a bit. That we are streaming. Yeah, the story trailer's coming up soon on the thing. But, what I find disingenuous is that the CFOs are complaining about low console hardware sales, yet they've been pushing for the games to be everywhere via screens. I think that's a bit stupid, right? That's a bit stupid. That's a bit stupid. And it kind of goes in line with what I think Cult had a breakdown. I'm not sure if you saw it all, but it looks like Cult had a breakdown on his stream regarding this whole notion here. Because for Hellblade 2, I think it was Gaming Bolt that said that, more people deserve to play this game. And it should be ported to other platforms. Right? And this was his response over here. Pre-order? Probably not pre-order, but I will buy it. I am going to pick it up. I want to play this because it's actually interesting how the conversation starts and how the meltdown continues, and it gets to the point where Mag just doesn't give a shit anymore. Mag just literally noped out of existence and was like, yeah, buddy, I'm not even getting involved with this anymore. I am kind of done. Can we just move on, please? I just don't trust games anymore, Rabbi. That's that's all it is. It's not that I don't like Star Wars. I mean, obviously Star Trek is way superior. Star Wars has nothing on Star Trek. But I just don't trust games to pre-order them anymore. Unless it's a game that I'm absolutely know that I am going to enjoy, and I know that's for a fact. Like, say, Nier, or Final Fantasy, or Halo, or Gears. If those games, I'll pre-order any day of the week. But Star Wars is always hit and miss. Why so serious? It's okay, because he doesn't say much. In fact, he says nothing other than a grunt. Let's hear what he has to say.
This is the last thing we'll say about Hellblade. Games Radar, I'm pretty sure it's them. They previewed Hellblade, and one of the statements from their journalist was, this Hellblade 2 is so great that everyone deserves to play this game, and this game needs to come to all the platforms. And I thought, oh, geez, Mag. I've got 2 approaches to this. Don't you realize that this game is on almost every screen except for a Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 5? Don't you know that the majority of the world plays not just on a PlayStation 5. Like the pie graph is there. And then the other thing, Mag, I'm going to have you comment on this. Why aren't they saying this about PlayStation's biggest games? I didn't hear someone say, man, Spider-Man 2 is so good, everyone should play it. I'm not asking them to say it should be on Xbox, but it's only on a PS5. And I'm like, why aren't you saying this game's so good, everyone should play The Last of Us? Or, I don't know. Doc.
I mean, I think he's right. I agree with Colt here. The moment a great game is coming out for Xbox, oh, this game deserves to be on every platform. But when a good game comes out on any other platform, nah, Xbox can go and do one. Like, I enjoyed Star Trek Discovery as well. It wasn't the best, but I saw it as a side story. Because they just don't deliver complete games. Publishers have a habit now of just releasing broken games, Rebby. And I don't want to pay £70 for a game that's broken, bug-ridden, and not complete. Because at that point, a week later or a few days later, it's going to drop down to like 50 quid. No, Louise, he's right. He is 100% right on this one. Gaming companies will probably start giving extra exclusive bonuses as incentives to pre-order, but that's a gamble I would never take. I mean, don't get me wrong. If they turn around and say, "Hey, if they turn around and say, "Hey, Outlaws is $70, but if you pre-order it, we'll give you the DLCs for free," that's a gamble I might take. Right? If they give me a good incentive, then that's a gamble I might be willing to take. But if they turn around and say, "Hey, we're going to give you a free skin," they can go and do one. I'm not paying to test your game. I agree. It depends. Yeah, like I've kind of had enough. And the good thing about Game Pass is that you don't need to pay $70 to test the game. You just load it up and try it yourself. Uh, I mean, don't get me wrong. If they announced I've pre-ordered Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail, the collector's edition. I just need an address now to ship it to because I won't be here by the time it uh, launches. So probably have to change it to one of my brother's addresses or something, which is sad. I might not even be around for a little while after May 22nd. So just a heads up. I might do some uh, vlog streams, but it's kind of going to be a little touch and go after May the 22nd. It's okay. The camera is capturing the whole room. Why you put it on there? It's gonna melt my fridge. What are you doing? They can see you running away. They can't really. Anyway. That's so creepy. Come on, you all agree that was creepy, right? That was creepy, right? It's like whenever she gets nervous, her voice goes so high pitch. Sounds like a oh, jeez. Side note: when I say I check out the devs for pre-orders, I mean directly contact them and see if they get back to me. Which PFS? What do you mean by PFS? I guess there's Ubisoft Plus as well, right? You can kind of sign up to it for a month and try it out, and if you like it, then buy it. Star Wars 30 or 60? That's an interesting one. But, I think this is really important because this is a thing that's been happening for a while. And I've seen this with Starfield. We saw this now with Hellblade 2. And it's always the same narrative. This game looks good and it deserves to be played on more platforms. Yet you never hear that for Nintendo. And you never, ever, 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 ever hear that for PlayStation games. So why is that the case? Why? Oh, right. All right, let's have a look at the Star Wars because a few people in chat want to have a look at it. So let's check it out and see what it's like. Pre-order for Star Wars today, available August the 30th. Oh, well, hopefully I'll actually have a home by then. So fingers crossed, everyone. Fingers crossed. I'll be in a home to actually be able to play this. My gaming time is going to go absolutely down to 0 as of May, the end of May. So fingers crossed things work out. All right, anyway, here we go.
Each of you represents some of the most powerful criminal organizations in the galaxy. Pikes, Crimson Dawn, Hutts. It's a golden age for the underworld. The Empire controls every corner of the galaxy, but they're distracted by a rebellion that won't quit. It's an opportunity to make millions.
Kay Vess, the underworld's favorite new scoundrel. We meet at last.
What do you want?
Zarek Besh. They're new, rich, and lethal. You crossed their boss Sliro, and now he wants you gone. Rob his fortune and buy your freedom.
This job, it's a death wish. I'm in.
Out here, you live and die by your reputation. You want to survive? Know the players.
You're new to this world.
What's your problem?
Come back when you're not.
Jabba, right? Look, don't try anything. I got a whole crew surrounding the... Okay, we're skipping that part.
For about as long as I can remember, it's just been me and Nix. Doing what we have to survive. This job is my one shot at freedom. But if we're gonna pull this off, we need the right crew. And the right ship. Yes! Hang on.
I hire you because you are one of the best hunters in the Outer Rim.
She's more connected than you let on, Sliro. Bess is mixed up in something bigger.
The Outer Rim is a dangerous place. Everyone is fighting for their piece of the galaxy. But all I want is to live free. So I'm gonna risk it all. Hold on, Nick!
Star Wars Outlaws, pre-order available now.
Well, if you pre-order, you get the Castle Runner bonus pack. There you go. Maybe that's an incentive for some of you. It looked third person, but it's included with Ubisoft Plus, so I will probably sign up to Ubisoft Plus for a month, play it, and then maybe complete it before the end of the year. I'm really bad when it comes to finishing games. Like, I am really bad. Like, I still haven't finished Halo. I still haven't finished Ratchet. I still haven't finished God of War. This one, I'd be surprised if this is 30 FPS. It doesn't look nowhere near as demanding as Hellblade 2. And Starfield is just the engine. The engine is shit. They already showed gameplay? Let's see. Oh, not that one. 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 That's actually really cool. I want one. That's so cool. Yeah, she's getting saved. One. Oh, it was a while back. Oh, I saw that one. I don't remember it being third person though. First person though. It was third person. You didn't beat Elden Ring? Yeah, don't worry. Us non-Elden Ringers, we stick together. I don't know. It looks alright. The game looks alright. I want to play it, and I'll probably play it through Ubisoft Plus. The president and CEO of Coalition Studio is now running her own division and helping other Xbox studios reach the Coalition level using the Unreal Engine. Obviously, Coalition, as we all know, they're just geniuses when it comes to Unreal Engine. They've perfected the use of it. But it looks like the rest of the Microsoft studio is being schooled by Coalition. Have I watched the Fallout TV trailer? I haven't. I have, however, been concerned that I might get copyrighted by it. But let me have a look and find it here. Someone... What? Okay, so I've just received the mail on Twitter, right? Someone is saying, I think your content is amazing. However, your thumbnails are shit. I'm a designer, so I think I can do a better job. So you should pay me money to do your thumbnails. Yep. Yep. I'm not even joking. That is a thing. That's literally what they just sent me. I don't even understand. I don't even get why. Rabbi, what did you ask? I can't see Star Wars being 30 FPS, honestly. Unless it's really badly optimized like all the others. I can't see it. But nice way to start a business proposition, right? Hey, your thumbnails, they goddamn suck. And I'm like, alright, buddy. I actually put a lot of effort this time actually rebranding the thumbnails with that whole red and black design. I thought I'm going in the right direction. Are my thumbnails really that bad? Actually, for UE5, someone actually made the Zeta map on it. There's no enemies and stuff. But it looked apparently gorgeous. I think I've downloaded it. I might actually see if I can install it and run it. It is running off Unreal Engine 5. And if I can get it working, maybe for next stream, we'll try it out and we can also check out what it's like. If you're interested. You can't find it? Let me quickly find it, Taz. Let me do my magician stuff. 1 second, chat, before we put this on. I'm gonna do some magicry to find it. Dude. It wasn't on that one. Definitely wasn't on that one. Could have been you. It could have been you. I think it's one of these two. Alright, let's see. No, definitely ain't this one, the Stellar Blade and the... Maybe this one. No, definitely not that one. Not that one. Definitely not that one. I thought it'd be one of those, honestly. Let's see. Nope. Nope. No. Oh. I actually don't know what it is. Where is this? Let's see. Twenty-ninth. Give me 1 second, chat. I mean, it should definitely be this one, maybe? Gone to a chat. Do you know what? I can't find it. I actually don't know where it is. So I'm not going to waste any more time looking for it. It should have been there, and it's not. So I'll find it for next stream, Rebby, and you can check it out then. But yeah, it's definitely not here. Sorry. Alright, let's get back to the stream. Alright, let's have a look. Yeah, it's not there. I don't know why. I've got the date correct, but it's just not showing the video. Alright, let's check out this trailer.
Fallout has been beloved for over 25 years, and as a thank you to all the fans out there, we're giving you the show early. All of it.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
The first season of Fallout will now launch on April 10th.
Holy shit.
Only on Prime Video.
Well, April 10th, 6 p.m. PT. What does that mean for me? I think that's 11 p.m. What was I going to say? Doesn't Amazon provide like a watch thing? What the hell is that? I think it's going to do great. Yeah, watch party. That's what I was thinking. I know Twitch does it, but I'm not really over at Twitch, so do you think it'll be instantly destroyed on YouTube? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Although I could get done for licensing issues if it's not allowed. And I'd rather not do that. I've got enough problems in my life right now. I think this might be it.
In games, we say, try to sweat every pixel. They're sweating every pixel on the show.
Guys, we've gone from 16 times the detail to sweating the pixels.
Like the games, the show is another installment in the world of Fallout.
For the fans, it's going to be about fidelity to Fallout. The team at Kilter and Amazon have done everything they can to make sure that it is pure Fallout, and it really is.
Everybody working on it, their attention to detail and love of it. And when you get it right, it's authentic to the world of Fallout.
Our big T-60 machines and monsters, from the Yaoguai to the Gulper and the ghouls, it really is the real-life version of Fallout.
It blew my mind the first time I saw things that were written on the page in the real world.
Every detail, so precise, so well thought out, just like the game.
The technology from the games, seeing all of that come to life, it's kind of awe-inspiring.
Legacy Effects, a legendary Hollywood shop, built that power armor around our stunt performer, Adam Shippey.
They made this suit that in the video game is 1,000 pounds, and they made it something that somebody could wear and operate and perform in.
In fabricating all the props, like the Pip-Boys, we wanted to stay true to the design and the aesthetic of the game.
People have wanted to make a Fallout show ever since we did Fallout 3. I took a lot of meetings and had conversations, and I was always sort of, well, it's not really quite clicking for me.
Everything changed when Todd Howard met with Jonathan Nolan.
Todd and I have been fans of each other's work for many, many years.
He and I hit it off, first phone conversation. It was very clear he had played the games and loved them and had a vision for what it could be on the screen. We were really, really patient. And once we found that, it was very clear to us, this is the right way to bring Fallout to the screen. Just like we approach a game where we're gonna tell a new story, put it in a new location, the show does that.
We knew that we would need incredibly talented showrunners to bring this to life.
We were really interested in peeling back the layers of the absurd situations that are just very Fallout.
This is like a new installation of the games.
Working hand in hand with Todd and the rest of the team at Bethesda, there's a lot of work that went into making sure that this series continues to build on the world of Fallout rather than changing it.
If you're a fan of the games and you want to know the next story, this is it.
It looked good, folks. It looked good. PS5 Blows is in the lounge. It's not Fallout 5, but it's kind of like a bridge between 4 and 5. You know what? That's even made me want to start Fallout 76. Now, I haven't gone crazy enough to actually start it, but I did say it made me want to start it. At least we got there, right? So Coalition is doing all sorts of things at the moment. The biggest game they're working on right now is Gear 6. But a lot of Microsoft studios are having problems. Well, actually, loads of people are having problems with Unreal Engine and Unreal Engine 5 in particular. And so what they're doing is, the president and CEO of Coalition has now gone to basically teach everyone else and school them on becoming better. The show takes place 25 years after the bomb dropped. So I could still be right. Todd completely destroyed Fallout? Why? Why would you say that? Oh, I'm going to get to Unleashed in a bit. That guy's a complete bellend. But let's cover the main topic of the day. Saber Interactive CEO Matthew Karch believes the $70 game will eventually become a thing of the past. I just don't think it's sustainable. He says, speaking to IGN, former interim COO and Embracer Karch discussed Saber's divestment from the troubled group and where he sees Saber's place in the market as a standalone publisher. The exec said he believes Saber, which encompasses studios like Nibble Giant, Star Trek Infinite, I really need to buy that, 3D Realms, Ion Fury, I don't need to buy that, and potentially 4A Games, Metro, the VR one I'm interested in, occupies a position between independent studios and AAA publishers. Karch cited Helldivers 2 as an example of the type of middle market game it would like to emulate. I mean, everyone wants to emulate what Helldivers 2 did, right? Helldivers 2 became a sensation, and it is still doing insanely well. He told IGN that one of its upcoming titles, Space Marines 2, will retail for $70, but only because he's concerned audiences would see a cheaper price as emblematic of poor quality. So guys, the fact that Hellblade 2 is $50, $49.99, so not even $50, I'm assuming you're all thinking that it's a shit game. That the only reason they're reducing the price down to $49.99 is because it's a very, very badly built, bug-filled shit game. How does this guy get paid so much money and yet comes out with this level of bullshit that is so special that I'm pretty sure that the moment the bullshit left his mouth, it turned round, slapped him across his face, and then went back up his arsehole. Just to make sure he keeps that bullshit within him. I know, Sanchez. I know. But I was on it today. And I did a quick quick play, and it threw me into like a hard game, and my god, those automatons are freaking ruthless. I got absolutely slaughtered. It was bad because you had one guy that was on top of a rock, and he just kept on throwing us into the middle of the automatons to come back. It's like you drop down, kill a few, dead. Come back, kill a few, dead. Come back, kill a few, dead. But this is dumb. Told IGN, will retail for $70, but only because he's concerned audiences would see a cheaper price as emblematic of poor quality. I think that as games become more expensive to make, the $70 title is going to go the way of the dodo. I do, he said. So basically what he's saying is, if they release a game at a price of $150, you can rest assured that you know that that game is good quality, hasn't got a single bug, isn't going to have a single issue, is going to have photorealistic graphics, is going to have the best gameplay you've ever had, it's going to wash your laundry, do your cooking, make your cup of tea, and hand deliver it to your table for you to have drinking. I don't think that's how this works. I might be mistaken here, but I don't think that's how this works. I just don't think it's sustainable. Look, you remember the hype for Cyberpunk, which I think actually ultimately performed okay. I mean, Cyberpunk is a weird case. But when the expectations are so high and so much money is put into one title, it's hugely risky for the company that's doing it. What if it fails? Well, what if you price it outside of the range of people's budgets and no one buys it because it's too expensive? You ever consider that, buddy? I guess not. Yeah, this guy has no idea what's up, Tix Bomber. You remember what happened when Ubisoft a couple of years ago, all their titles slipped out of the year, and then all of a sudden they were in an entirely different place? It's hard to recover from that. So apparently Ubisoft is not recovering. I think the market is going to shift to development, which is not necessarily lower quality, but there's going to be an emphasis on trying to find ways to reduce costs. AI. With thousands of job cuts announced across the game industry in the past 18 months, Koch acknowledged that AAA development is going through a major shift and claimed that past trends of sky-high budgets and lengthy development periods aren't sustainable. I mean, that I can understand. You know, if you're making a really high-budget $300-400 million game, and that's all you're making continuously back-to-back, you need a return. And one failed project is pretty much the end of the studio. The risks are way too high. I think there's going to be a real shortage of game content over the coming few years. I mean, no, that's not happening. I mean, just looking at what's on the horizon, that's as far from the truth as possible. He said, you've seen how many layoffs there's been. You see how many games have gotten killed. Well, hundreds of games get killed every year. It's nothing new. I mean, wasn't it Blizzard that announced that or was it Activision that said they cancel projects pretty much on a daily basis that they don't feel is profitable or worth making? But we have a lot of good projects going on that I'm proud of and that I feel really, really strongly about. I think this guy's lost it. Whatever became of that, Joshua? I don't know what became of that. Heard Ubisoft is making quadruple A games. They might start charging more for their... They're going to charge you for every A, Sanchez. You're doing 3A in your basement? I'd only pay over $70 if the game was like Stellar Blade and was reenacted in front of me as a live performance. I see what you did there, Andrew. I see what you did. And I'm pretty sure I know which outfit you want as well. Man of culture right there. I don't know. I think this Matthew Koch is a little loopy. I think is a little crazy to turn around and say that games that are cheaper are bad games. At the end of the day, Helldivers 2 is testament that is not the case. And anyone that says that Helldivers 2 is a bad game, well, loads and loads of people disagree with you, and it's still selling like hotcakes. I mean, that's stupid as well, Power Boss. I mean, that's silly as well. Like, that statement was just dumb. It's a stupid statement. Joshua, that seems to be a common thing now. They don't add any of the microtransactions in at launch, and they add it in later, so they can get more favorable reviews. Although some of the costumes I've seen in Tekken 8, good lord. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Unless they're mods, then even more so. But god damn. 5K for every Souls game. Yes, you will, Susano. And you'll love it. I mean, you're not wrong, Tickboxer. Don't you have to play Ubisoft games like Star Wars because you partnered with them? That's if they give it to me, Leafstorm. They need to offer it to me for me to play it. So if they give me a review copy or a streaming copy, then I will. But as you know from my Discord, my living conditions might not be in the best of places for me to even be able to do that. Like, I literally might not be able to do it because I might not even be in a home of my own. So we'll see. Rexstar want to do that? Probably. But yeah, I think this is absolutely ludicrous. Would you pay more? What I mean, do you think that games being priced lower signifies that it's made cheaply, reused assets and stuff like that? Or does the price of the game to you not signify that? Leaf, I played Anthem until the day the announcement came that they're not doing anything with it. They cancelled 2.0. And even now, when I go back to Anthem from time to time, there are still players playing. Skull and Bones is actually doing okay. It's got its following, it's got its people playing, and it's actually doing okay. It's not, setting the world on fire. It's not, blitzing anything, but it's selling well enough for I guess, for them to be happy. Forget the offer. The council have told me that they're not going to do anything. I think the notion that every game has to aim for AAA is stupid as well. Not every game needs to aim for AAA, right? Not every game needs to aim for AAA. I think AA should be what you should generally aim for. And for those exceptional games, like the Indiana Jones, like the God of Wars, like the Halos, the Gears of Wars, those higher profile games, those are the ones that you should push above and beyond. But not every game needs to hit that bar. It is the graphic. I mean, it's the graphic style and the simplicity of the game. The simplicity of the whole game is what drives a lot of people to it. It's just not complicated. It doesn't require you to, board this or go there. It's a super simple game. And for people that are looking for that kind of pirate experience without any of the complexities, it's perfect. But if you're looking for a more in-depth kind of game, more in-depth experience, then Sea of Thieves is a much better game for you to go to. But if you're looking for a simple game with a decent story that's got good voice acting, you can't go wrong with Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones does have a campaign story, and it's from what I've played, it's interesting. What up, buddy? What up? What up? Huh? I don't know where it is. Maybe on the sofa.
Oh yeah. Look at it.
Let me see.
Base
Let me see. Where's the base gone? Yeah, why'd you break it?
Me?
Yeah.
No, his mum.
How did she break it?
Dropped it on the floor.
Did she drop it or did she do something else?
Dropped it.
You gonna bring me that drink? That you were supposed to bring me at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
Oh yeah.
If PlayStation fanboy was talking mad shit, he thought I stayed one platform, so I gave him my game tag, and he still didn't give me his game tag. He didn't know I'm playing on. That's how they all are, Moonlight. That's how they all are. I'll accept higher priced games if microtransactions are completely eliminated, and the game comes with all content included. I don't think that's generally ever going to happen, Andrew. See, I don't mind microtransactions as long as they're cosmetic. Nothing to do with power, nothing to do with XP boosters or quality of life benefits. If it's only cosmetic, like a weapon skin or a character skin, that sort of stuff, I think that's fine. I don't care about that. But I do have a problem when it starts being like an XP booster or a cash booster, or do this and you gain like 10% extra damage or something like that. Then I have a problem with it. But any form of upgrade that is not cosmetic in its entirety, I have a problem. Outside of that, microtransactions are fine because they fund the game and allow them, if they're not making enough money through the game sales, which is quite possible, then they can make that money through microtransactions. I mean, that's literally Microsoft's business right now. They're putting so many games on Game Pass, and if you look at games like Forza Horizon and Motorsport, they're going to be going through the bawoozers with microtransactions to recover that money. They're having to pay to change your gun camo. I mean, there should always be some options in the game, right, Tix Bomber? There should always be some options in game. But, we don't want like Valorant style of cosmetic pricing. Like the game I play over on my other channel, Tower of Fantasy. I keep, I'm actually in the program as a content creator, and I keep telling them the pricing of your skins is too high. If you release a skin for like $5 or $10, I'll buy it. But anything more than that, and I draw the line. I'm not prepared to pay. And even $10 I think is too much. It's just the skin. Right? $4.99 should be the highest price it should be. But when they price it at $99.99, well, $89.99, which is roughly about $100, that's where I have a problem. Right? That's a stupid pricing plan, but the whales buy it. And as long as you've got idiots out there that spend the money to buy that stuff because they have no value of money, money literally is just a piece of paper to them, these companies will continue to do it. It's really that simple. Right? That's all it is. Microtransactions wouldn't be priced the way they are, wouldn't exist the way they are if people did not buy them. But they do. There's always other games if you're not interested in MTX, or you can just ignore it if it's cosmetic, right? You're not wrong, Moonlight. You're not wrong. So, we come to Mr. Dring. And I'm not sure if any of you saw this, but this set off an absolute shitstorm. And for good reason, right? Microtransactions are pushing me close to not gaming anymore. Lately, I've been running and hiking more. I mean, I get that, but why does the MTX bother you if it's not intrusive? If it's not intrusive, you don't need it. Why can't you just play the game and enjoy it? Don't get me wrong, I get the whole microtransaction bad thing. But if it's only cosmetic, is it really that important? Yeah. You feel for the most part they're intrusive? I mean, the skins aren't intrusive, right? I don't know, maybe I'm just looking at it from a different lens. Literally. I've got these lenses and my other glasses, so I have got multiple lens perspective here. But to me, it's not that big of a deal. Now, when I see games like Dragon's Dogma selling teleport crystals or whatever it is, I don't care how insignificant it is, that's where I say, no, you shouldn't be doing that. Like, people were saying, oh, but it's only limited to one, but they're just testing the waters, right? They're testing the waters to see how many people would be prepared to buy that to make their life a little bit easier. Oh, but that pack, you don't need it, but it changes all the packs in the camping gear in the game so they're lighter weight, so you can actually hold more. It gives you an advantage. Sure, it's a single-player game, but they're testing the waters to see what is acceptable and what is not. And if enough people buy them, then they do more, and they integrate more, and they put more behind the paywall. See, people don't look at the bigger picture. They're just like going, oh, look at this. It's not that big of a deal. It's okay. You don't need to be so melodramatic. And then you have the situation that you have with Destiny, where there's more inside the shop than there is in the actual game. Right? There's more microtransactions in that game with cosmetics, skins, and everything than there is content in the whole of Destiny 2. That's where you get to. And if you remember where Deej started, when Deej first in Destiny 1 introduced Eververse, he turned around and said, we are only doing like a Sparrow once a month, or maybe a Ghost skin once a month, which they never ended up doing anyway. And they said, this is going to fund, the season, extra content that you don't have to pay for that will be free. Like the Halloween event, the Valentine's event, the Christmas event. Fast forward 10 years, we still now have those Halloween Valentines, but you have to pay for them. You have to pay for an additional battle pass. And then you've got to pay for an additional premium pass. And then you've got to pay for additional cosmetics. So you nip it in the bud before it becomes a problem. Destiny 2 will always, for me, be, the case study for this. Where they started off saying they're never going to, put too much stuff in the store because it isn't what they want to do. And then 10 years later, they've got more content in the store that you can buy by just swiping your card than there is in the actual game, in terms of actual playable content. Hey, Diablo. Hey, Jordan. If they add quality of life items into the game, then that means they've rigged the game to entice you to go and buy those. It's really that simple. They wouldn't introduce a quality of life feature for you to buy if they didn't rig the game. Otherwise, what would be the need for it? Right? It's not a case of you don't have to buy. You don't have to buy anything. You don't have to go and buy food. You can go on the strictest diet in the world. Go on a liquid diet for all you care. But it doesn't mean you're going to do that. And if you're gaming, the reality is, if they put something into the game that's a quality of life feature, they have purposefully left it out so you can find the need and buy it. Also need companies to stop charging for early access and hiding it behind a deluxe edition. That will always happen. That's always going to happen, Invictus, unfortunately. That's never going to change. I mean, you're going to see, I reckon Hellblade 2, when it gets, comes May 21st, you're going to see that they're going to have like I don't know, maybe a early access bundle that's going to let you access the game 3 days early for, I don't know, $15. You'll see. They're going to do that. And everyone's going to pay for it because they want to play it 3 days early. You've got 15k hours and only ever expansion with seasons. Ever bought expansions with seasons. Yeah, but that's you. One person doesn't make the rule. I play Nikkei. It's a gacha game. I haven't spent a single penny on there. Yeah, I know people that have spent thousands because they want to progress faster and the game gives them the option to do that. Or it puts in there a bunch of waifu skins and they want them because it has a burst animation that they absolutely love, or a live wallpaper that gives them access on their home screen. And they want it. One person never makes a rule. On the plus side, the last game I was a whale in, I ran around in people's world giving them all of the best gear of the game. Devs shouldn't have allowed me to do that. Well, you still paid money for it, right? Snowy, that's exactly it. There's not a problem, but they create the problem, and then they find a solution to that problem by putting it into the microtransaction store. It's really, it's not great. But Chris Dring here, if it's true that Call of Duty will be at Xbox's summer showcase, then this Xbox event might be the first one for PlayStation and Nintendo fans too. That would be potentially something quite unifying. Does anyone actually believe that Call of Duty is going to run on Nintendo Switch? And my dude is acting like Minecraft doesn't exist. That's on a unified platform, right? Ain't no one playing that on cloud. Yeah, I said Switch 2 as well, gaming. Over here. Where is it? Is it here? COD is unlikely coming to Switch. I think we can all agree on this. It will go to Switch 2, but very unlikely for Switch 1. But this was literally posted just to cause drama. This is 100% engagement farming. He has not deleted that post now? Or he has deleted it? And Jordan, I don't have an answer to that. But it's definitely not one. I mean, it's such a stupid comment to make. And look at Brep over here. Instantly jumping in. Why is what he said engagement farming or a dig? Like, he cannot understand why this is being literally targeted for saying, hey, Call of Duty isn't only available on Xbox, it's on PlayStation and everywhere else, so you don't have to buy it there or play it there. It's just such a stupid statement to make. And this guy knows what he's doing. He's not stupid. Right? Chris is not dumb. Let's not assume that he is dumb. He is not dumb. This is literal full-on troll. There is nothing else to this. This is 100% trolling. I just don't get it. No, but anime, this statement here doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense because Minecraft exists. And contrary to what I said last stream about Minecraft, it's everywhere. It's even on an Etch-a-Sketch, I think. Probably. I mean, you can put it on a fridge, right? So it's probably there in some form. So the fact that Minecraft exists already makes this statement completely and utterly void, outside of its targeting Call of Duty and trying to trigger people. That's it. He's literally looking for engagement. Man, all I wanted was a drink. I swear, my daughter is like a lemming. You tell her something, and she forgets 5 seconds later. I bet if I message her now, she's going to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Wait, she didn't forget. She actually brought the drink. I didn't see it. She actually did bring the drink. Hey, Josh. Now I feel bad. I'm sorry, little P. What do you mean, aren't you, Jordan? I just did keep it thorough. I apologized. Hey, Josh, what up? Ain't I farming engagement? How am I farming engagement? Where is it? If I was farming engagement, this would be green. right? That would be green if I was farming engagement. I am not farming engagement. I don't care for the monetization on here. The only reason I'm paying for Twitter Blue is one, so no one impersonates me, because I don't want that. I've already got it in a few places and I'm pissed off about it. And number two, I actually like the bookmark feature. The bookmark feature for me is actually really cool. I can basically organize my stuff exactly how I want and set things up beautifully, and it just keeps me organized. So I don't engagement farm at all. I might post a few cheeky stuff here and there, but I wouldn't really call that engagement farming. Now, if you're referring to the Square Enix thing, I saw someone post it. I saw a few people talking about it. People came into my Discord saying X, Y, and Z about it, so I quickly made a video about it. I mean, I was literally playing Final Fantasy XIV at the time, as you saw, and I cut my playtime just so I can make that video. How's it going? Can you actually see Microsoft buying Square Enix? I can. I actually can see them doing it. If at the end of the day, it's all about money. And if they offer enough money, Square Enix will say yes. But like I said in my video, and I've been saying on social media, and I've been saying in my Discord, if they do buy Square Enix, I want them to leave Square Enix alone. Let the games go to Game Pass, and they'll go to PC day one as well. They can go to whatever platform they want, but just leave them alone. The one thing Square Enix is doing right now, even if they are failing in a few areas, is being creative. They're releasing niche games. Some of them are hits, some of them are not. A lot of them fail to hit the mark. But I appreciate the fact that they are taking those risks and releasing those smaller niche titles that appeal to a certain subsection of the community. And we don't see that with Microsoft. We don't see that with PlayStation anymore. Like games like Gravity Rush, Banjo-Kazooie, we don't see those anymore. They've kind of disappeared. Those games that, attuned to a certain faction of the gaming community. You don't see that anymore. And so that's one of the reasons why I really like Square Enix, and Sega as well for that matter, with Atlas. They release those niche games, those smaller titles, and they've got realistic expectations of how much money or how many copies they expect to sell, and they've already exceeded their target for Persona 3 Reload, and that's great. But I like it. We don't talk about Nintendo. Nintendo's weird. Pentiment was a passion project, right? It wasn't something that Microsoft paid for. It was something that they did in their downtime. Outside of Hi-Fi Rush, what else? I mean, Foam Stars is going everywhere soon. Gaming. Gaming S Trush. I think Matt Booty already at the business update said that Call of Duty will be day one on Game Pass. But the one thing I respect Nintendo for, that, they've managed to master, is release really, really old hardware and still sell millions because they have the games to back it up. And that's it. It just goes, and, they are a testament to prove that you don't need the most powerful machine out there to be super successful. as long as you've got the games to back you up, Nintendo is the perfect case study to show you that your machine, your platform can be hugely successful. Will come a powerhouse if they do purchase Square Enix. They will. I mean, if they do purchase Square Enix, or even go into a partnership with them that basically says all Square Enix games go to PC Game Pass, even if it's not going to Steam, if it goes to PC Game Pass and Xbox Game Pass, it's going to be huge. And that's just going to instantly, overnight, propel their Game Pass subscriptions, because Square Enix just has that pull. But, I just don't feel what Chris Dring here doing is smart. And the fact that he's deleted the tweet says everything. Tix Bomber, 100%. 100%. I 100% agree with that statement. You have, what Phil Spencer said back then with the whole, even if Starfield was an 11 out of 10 game, they wouldn't sell, they couldn't catch Sony. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I agree with the fact that if Starfield was an 11 out of 10 game, they couldn't catch Sony. I agree with that statement. But if they released 3 or 4 games or 5 games that were 11 out of 10 games, absolutely amazing, that would change the tide, right? People at that point would turn around and say, hold on a minute, these games are actually damn good. And if they're only available on Xbox, they're going to buy an Xbox. But if you put them on PC, and then you put them on the cloud, and you put them on an Etch-a-Sketch, and you put them on the Game Boy, and you put them on the Game Boy Advance, put them on the PS Vita, you put them on, a piano, then the reason to buy the Xbox diminishes. It's because Nintendo fans will buy the same games over and over again. I mean, you're not wrong. There is some truth to that. But hey, apparently the market value of Square Enix went up a little bit after the rumors for their Microsoft buying Square Enix went around. So that's interesting. Ponies will lose their shite, even if it's just a partnership. Mate, it's going to be a glorious day if that ever happens. I just want to see the salt flowing. It will cleanse my soul. Just to see the salt. Because at least at that point, I'll know that someone else is having an even worse day than I am. Because I'm having a really shit time right now. I'm not saying Starfield is bad, but if it were a masterpiece, it would absolutely move consoles. I don't think it would. Invictus, one game isn't enough to move consoles. It will move some, and it did move some, right? But you need a consistent cadence and releases. The other big problem we have right now in today's climate is, Halo Infinite. Let's just have a quick look at Halo release cycle, right? Halo games release dates. Someone must have collected these. All right, so let's ignore these. So 2001, we had Halo Combat Evolved. That was a glorious time. I still remember bringing my Xbox home, plugging it in, and I had a choice between Final Fantasy VII at the time for my first playthrough and playing Halo Combat Evolved. I put Combat Evolved on, and that was it. I never looked back. That was such a beautiful time. How I miss those days. 3 years later, you got Halo 2. Pretty much 3 years later. 3 years later, you had Halo 3. Where's Halo Reach? 3 years later, you had Halo Reach. And then it was 5 years for Guardians. And then 6 years for Infinite. So, 5, 6, what, the next one's going to be 7 years? It's not acceptable. I mean, the gap for these games are just way too long. And look, if we even go back to Halo 3, right, that's 2007. In 2009, you had ODST. So the gap between Halo releases, between Halo 3 and Reach, it was 2 years and then 1 year. Sure, Halo 3 ODST took a lot from Halo 3 in terms of, reskin and assets and whatnot, but still, the gap between there was much smaller. Once you got to Guardians and Halo Infinite, the gaps just got bigger. And if you look at Gears, that's another one. Let's see, Gears. When was this released? So it was released on November 7, 2006. November 7, 2008, so 2 years. When was this released? When was Gears 3 released? April 6, 2011. So 2-3 years for each one. Gears 4 came out 2016. So now you've gone to a 5-year cycle. From 2-3 years, you've gone to a 5-year cycle. You've gone back to a 3-year cycle. And then we've gone to whatever we're at right now. Games just are taking too long to come out. And that's the problem. They don't need to take that long to come out. Hey, Triple M, how's it going? Obsidian's last big grounded update is next week, so wonder what project they'll be moved to next. Isn't Obsidian making Avowed? So they're probably going to move over to Avowed and make sure it's polished. I don't see them starting anything else until that's done. MG? My games for that's like yeah. I get it. I mean, Square Enix has been a target for many people for a while now. But I think the right offer just hasn't been sent. But if they get an offer that's too good to be true, they'll sell. And with Satya Nadella right now, working with Japanese companies to push AI and help them improve their AI infrastructure and help their gaming divisions improve their, production cycles, I think this is all a step forward to that end goal. Despite persistent rumors of Sony eyeing a Square Enix acquisition, there's no concrete evidence to support this claim. Well, there isn't, because they could barely afford Bungie. You remember, right? They had to go on a payment plan and pay it over in 3 installments. They can't afford Square Enix. No matter how good their partnership is, money is money. You never mix friendship with money. Ever. That is something you never ever do. Nintendo doesn't need America, is what it comes down to mostly. That's why they have no want to radically change. They cater to Japan's wants. Tix Bomber, it's not even that. The reality is, every console that they sell and have been selling since the beginning of time has been at a profit. I think even the Wii U was selling at a profit. So they've never actually built a console and sold it at a loss. So they're already winning straight from the get-go, even with 0 attach rates for their consoles on sale. They're making profits. Everything that they sell is at a profit. nothing is ever at a loss. And when they've got exclusive games like Mario, Zelda, Metroid, what's that? I forgot what that game is called. The one where you've got different houses. Not Animal Crossing, the other one, the actual strategy game. Fire Emblem. You know, you got big games like that, Pokemon. They've actually got a good first-party catalog of games that can sustain them even without third-party. You know, Astral Chain, among, you know, the Xenoblade games, they've got a good number of games that just keep them going. So, in a weird way, even without the likes of EA porting their games over on the Switch, they don't need it. They've got so many games that are just good that they just don't need it. But that's how you know that they're in such a good place. And you'll see when the Switch 2 comes along, eventually, if it's priced at $399.99 at $400, you know they're making a profit on it. And if they're making a profit, it just doesn't matter to them anymore, because it, you know, when you go and sell a PS5 or a Series X at launch, you're making a loss. So you need people, you need people to buy like 2-3 games with that console before you make your money back, or buy an extra controller, or buy a headset to make, to push the money you're losing out from the console to recover it through the, attachment rate of the other games or accessories to make it a profitable transaction. But when someone goes and buys just the PS5 or just the Series X at launch, they're making a loss. They're not making any money on that. So it's important. But for Nintendo, they've managed to find the perfect balance, and that's really all that's important for them. And they've said, that they're happy with it. Did my chat die? Okay, it's come back, I think. Okay, it's working now. My chat froze. Sorry about that. Last thing I saw was from Cesano. This is why I'm all for remasters for games that are classics, like we are having to wait 2030 for Fallout 5. You'll be lucky, buddy. So 2030 for Fallout 5. You still got Elder Scrolls 6 to come before Fallout 5, buddy. Maybe try 2045. Right, Chaos Lounge, are publishers still complaining $70 is enough? They're saying it's not enough. That's correct. The Saber Interactive CEO is saying that $70 is not enough. And he's also saying that if they price their game any lower than 70, it would give the impression that the game is of bad quality. I think Avowed is going to shock people. I refuse to believe that Obsidian would put out a trash game. Well, people said that about Redfall at launch. Even though Redfall now is actually a fun and enjoyable and good game, at launch it just wasn't there. MG is Microsoft Gaming. Chaos, what games do you expect to be shown at the showcase? I'm expecting Gear 6 to be there. I want Perfect Dark to be there. I'd love to see Everwild, but that's probably not on the cards. I expect COD to be there. I would like to see maybe a teaser for the next Halo. But outside of that, I'm expecting to see the usual candidates. We may see Final Fantasy 16. An announcement that Final Fantasy 16 is coming to Xbox. But yeah. Made the mistake of giving one of my brother-in-laws a job. Never making that kind of mistake again. Yeah, you just don't work with family, man. You don't work with family. And if you do work with family, you set the ground rules from the beginning. I ain't your family. I ain't your friend. I ain't your anything. Business is business. What would a dream announcement for the summer showcase be? For me, announcement. Oh, that's a good one. Let me think on that one, Invictus. Chaos, Sony have more money than Microsoft, over 3 trillion. Sony make 1 trillion a month from PS Plus alone. Yeah, that's not true. The Wii U was selling at a loss, but just one game with the console is making it a profit. That's actually interesting. I didn't think the Wii U was selling at a loss. That must be the only one, because even the GameCube was selling at a profit. Even Pikmin had sold like crazy on Switch. Yeah. Everything sells like crazy on Nintendo. It's weird. The big thing is Nintendo doesn't give the games overinflated funds. The most expensive was 100 million. Wait, Devastator. I think you might have you might have done that a little wrong there, buddy. For what the Switch is, 100 million is a lot of money. Don't forget, Ghost of Tsushima was made with 60 million. Now you've got to ask as well, who's left? Obsidian was good. Are they still? Because Rocksteady was good tier studio, and Sushi Squad had like half of the original South crew. You've got to also understand, Tix, it's not always the company, it's the parent, right? Like, with Redfall, the developers wanted to cancel the project, but the ZeniMax CEO said no. He wanted that game out, or she. I don't know who the CEO is. But they wanted that game released. And the developers turned around and told them that we're not happy with where the game is. It's not what we envisioned. It's changed so much with all the change requests that have come in that it's no longer the game we wanted to make. Even the producers weren't happy with the game. But the suits said, no, you're going to do it. And so the game was released in the state it was, where it doesn't really know what it wants to be. So it's really important in that regard that that is actually done correctly. I did forget that Nintendo does not lose any money on their hardware. Final Fantasy 16 coming to PC soon, right? It is. Because if Final Fantasy 16 is announced, can you see that be a day one release for Game Pass? Then the announcement that Square Enix is part of Microsoft now? If they announce that they are in partnership with Square Enix, then yes. If not, then it's going to be a purchased game, which I still stand by is worth buying. It's a good game. Scalebound concept was idiotic. Dante with headphones on and hanging out with dragons didn't make sense. But yet people have criticized them to this day that was a really, really bad move to cancel it. Ghost of Tsushima was only 60 million. Do you think Sony will reveal the PS5 Pro in May at this rumored date of play? Mate, they've been having so many state of play rumors, it's unbelievable. But I think that Sony's state of play will be before the Xbox showcase, and I think that's when they're going to reveal the PS5 Pro. Just to undermine everything that Xbox is going to show. Because everyone's going to be talking about the PS5 Pro, its new hardware, new specs, and they're going to showcase, obviously, what it can do and what games it's going to run. So it's going to be the biggest talking point. But so if I was Sony, that's what I would do. Sappho. That's exactly what I mean, because Obsidian is owned by Microsoft. Yeah, I mean, I get that they're owned by Microsoft, but the people who made Redfall, I think it was Obsidian, they weren't even allowed to contact Phil Spencer, because they were actually given a gag order, and anyone that contacted Microsoft Gaming from the developers were pretty much threatened with their jobs. It was a nasty it was a nasty situation. But you know, the suits don't get the blame for it. Everyone blames the devs. But the suits were the ones that were responsible for Redfall. Just verified the claim. What? WTF? 60 million is nothing for that. Yeah. 60 million was good. Throne of Liberty beta for Xbox starts today. Nice. I've heard mixed things for Throne and Liberty. But the big question, JB, is there any democracy? The partnership with Square Enix could be a thing like they have with EA, and all their games come to Game Pass day one, but aren't bought by them. I mean, not all games from EA come day one. They've got the EA access, and the games come to Game Pass after like 6 months to a year. So there's that. And yes, the Wii U was the only console Nintendo was selling at a loss. Okay, so I was almost right. To do anything, I won't expect 16 on Xbox until 2025. I mean, once they've ported it over to PC, Sappho, it becomes a lot easier. PC is on DirectX 12, Xbox is on DirectX U, so they speak the same language, and if they're building it on XGDK, then, which is the DirectX language, then it's just the porting is a lot simpler. So it becomes a lot faster for them to do it. It really just depends when it lands on PC. If it lands on PC by the end of the year, then yeah, it's going to go into 2025. If it lands in the next 2 months, then there's a chance by the end of the year we could see it. The Pro isn't going to move anything. The Xbox Showcase is going to be leaps and bounds better. But the media won't see it that way, Power Boss. We already know how the media is. So the media itself is going to overshadow it just by talking about the hardware. And it's a valid deduction, Sappho. Scalebound seemed like an interesting idea that could have made bank, to be honest. Sadly, Platinum cancelled it, though they want to try again. They do, because, you know, they've realised their mistake. It was Arcane, right? Yeah, I thought so. It wasn't Obsidian. Yeah, it was Arcane that made Redfall. How many studios does Microsoft have? I think like 35 to 40. Redfall was Arcane to Obsidian. Yep. You've all corrected me. I appreciate it. Keep it going. Like 80 now, Jordan? What? 80? Well, oh yeah, without Activision. Is it 80? You sure? How many studios does Activision Blizzard have? I mean, without Activision Blizzard, they had like 35 studios. So whatever Activision Blizzard bring in is on top of that. So maybe 50? I don't know how many they had. Alpha One, they are not dead. We all saw how The Undertaker came back in WWE. There's always a chance. Ghost is going to be my birthday game, I guess. It's so good. I'm excited to see what the PC version looks like, but Ghost of Tsushima is so damn good. It is amazing. Amazon won't mean anything if Square is still under Sony's thumb. Well, it depends what the contract is, right, Sappho? At the end of the day, if the contract says all games are coming to Xbox, Sony can do whatever the hell they like. It's not going to change anything. The only thing that Sony can dictate is the games that they already have a contract for. But they have to have an expiry date, you know, for whatever it is. And then that changes things. Only Call of Duty I haven't played is Vanguard. Don't worry. No one from anywhere played Vanguard either. It was so bad. Chris Dring is this guy over here. He is a analyst for a certain, I think, GameIndustry.biz, but he's a very, very PlayStation-orientated guy that loves to trigger people for engagement. COD marketing will now be on Xbox. You see, Jordan, the reason why Modern Warfare 3 wasn't a DLC and it turned into a game is because Sony had one more game of marketing rights. And so they changed Modern Warfare 3 from a DLC to a full game, and that used up Sony's last available game for marketing rights. It was a really nasty but clever move that Microsoft did. And, well, yeah. They took the hit on Modern Warfare 3 as a DLC charging full price to remove Sony's influence on COD. But it was, in my opinion, it was a smart move. Chris's people are good. Only real take about the guy. These guys take all their info from UK physical sales charts and think it represents the rest of the world. It's stupid. Majority of the people on Xbox are all digital. I mean, yeah. I bought Days Gone, Jordan. I haven't played it yet. I bought it on PC, actually. I bought it on PC so I can play on my Steam Deck. I just haven't had the chance. I've just been so busy trying to find a place to live. It's really impacted how much game time I can get in. Jim made a lot of stupid decisions. I don't think they were stupid. I think he saw where the trend was going and he wanted to go there, but I think he made a lot of rash decisions. He never, I mean, as someone who's quite methodical as him, I don't think he thought them through. I heard Bobby was trying to sign another contract Sony before the deal closed, but Sony turned it down. That wouldn't have been respected. That wouldn't have been honored anyway. That deal would have just been shut down. But Bobby hiring 7,000 members of staff within the last 7 months of, or was it the last 3 months of the Activision deal closing? That was dumb. But keep in mind that if you have access to those private stats, you have to agree not to publish any of it. Even talking about it on YouTube is legally viewed as publishing as far as the US goes. Which stats are we talking about, Susanna? Hello to everyone in chat, by the way. You guys are awesome and a bunch of ponies. Arthur coming in looking for trouble. Oh, Arthur, what are you doing? Oh, 70 hours for Days Gone. Interesting. Speaking of Jim, did he actually leave Sony because he knew about the ABK deal was going through, or was it because of something else? Okay, someone was talking to me about this the other day, and so I decided to go back and look up some stuff. Now, when Jim Ryan first found out about ABK, he turned around and we've got records of him saying, this isn't about COD, this isn't about Activision Blizzard, this is about something bigger and we shouldn't be concerned about it. Things won't change. Jim wasn't concerned that Microsoft was buying ABK. Not originally. Then suddenly something happened and he U-turned and it became a problem. Now, to me, that tells me that though he didn't find it a problem, the people above him, as Sony Interactive Entertainment, did find it a problem. And this is just me, tinfoil hatting. They set him an objective that if you don't stop this from going through, you're gone. And that's when, he made a U-turn and did everything in his power to try and block it and failed. And then he was gone. That just makes so much more sense to me. I could be wrong. But he went from being totally okay with it, not being a problem. He even said that he spoke with Phil and, this is on a much bigger scale. He acknowledged that Microsoft have a lot of money, all this and all that. And, this wasn't just about console gaming. They're looking at something way bigger here. And then suddenly from being calm and collected, he turned into, I don't want to make a deal. I want to block this deal. Something isn't right there, right? Days Gone deserved a sequel. Great game. Got it so cheap as well. Days Gone did deserve a sequel, but no one bought it day one. So because no one bought it day one, Sony didn't sanction the sequel. No worries, Devastator. I appreciate you for coming around. Still think that Jim sold idea of stopping the deal to Sony, convincing them he could stop it. I think, it could be anything, right, Sappho? But I think he was mandated by Sony Interactive Entertainment. It was a sequel in the first place. Wish that game wasn't hated on by the industry. Wait, what was it a sequel to? Not sure if this is a hot take or not, but the success of Fortnite has hurt the gaming industry. The companies are trying to replicate the live service model instead of making a good, fun game. I don't think it's so much Fortnite, right? But if you make a live service game that is super successful, that just, brings in the money, that one game can fund other studios, and you're no longer reliant on the likes of COD. It becomes a self-sustaining hamster wheel. So though you'll throw 20 games out there that are live service, the chances of one of them sticking is really low. But if it does, then it's going to make you a lot of money, and it is going to bankroll lots of other projects within the company. So that's the thing with live service games, and that's why companies want to break into it and give it a try. The chance of failure is really, really high, because I think it was Jordan that said he had 15,000 hours in Destiny. He's not going to go and start another game from scratch for a live service. My dude has got 15,000 hours. I think I read that correctly, right, Jordan, if you're still in chat? So someone like that is just not going to go and say, right, I'm done with these 15,000 hours. I'm going to go play something else. They're just not going to do that. I've got 10 years, or I guess more like 12 years in Final Fantasy XIV. That's my investment. I'm not about to go and start another MMO. I bought Elder Scrolls Online because it was cheap, and I'm going to dabble in it a little bit, but it's not going to be a main game for me. 14 will be my main game because I've spent 12 years on there. The previous MMO that I spent years on was Final Fantasy XI, where I had 7 years in there. Only reason I stopped 11 was because my link showed it disbanded, and once people quit, moved on, changed, and, it didn't feel the same. MMOs back in the old days aren't like the MMOs you have today. They felt like a different life. When you logged in, it was like a different family. It's really hard to explain. But what you have today in MMOs is generally a single-player experience with an MMO aspect tacked onto it. But back in those days, even if you wanted to just go out and do a bit of XP farming, you needed to go with a bunch of people and actually do stuff together. The whole game was based around you being with people. You wanted to go do a quest, you had to tag along with real people. You couldn't do it solo. And so, games back in you know, the early 2000s, especially the MMOs, and even the ones before, right? You know, the early WoW days, the RuneScapes, they've just required much more of a interaction with the community. They were fully community run games. But today, if you play the majority of the new style MMOs, you don't need to speak to a single person. You can do all the dungeons, all the story primal fights, even the extreme primal fights without saying a single word, as long as you know the mechanics. There's no need to talk to anyone, and no one talks to anyone anyway, because there's that kind of bond doesn't exist like it did back in the old days. And so when my Link Shell disbanded, some of them basically just, like, one of them had a baby and moved on. Another one we found out was in an abusive relationship, and it turned out for years that who we thought was the male character was actually the female, and the female character was actually a male, because the guy was so insecure that someone would hit on his wife that he made her play as the male character. That sent, like, everything all over the place. Like, there was a lot of drama. It was drama filled, but it was a lovely time to be a gamer in the MMO world, because it was like a second world. It was like a second life. I would come back from school or college, and I'd sign in, and it'd be like me just jumping into a different immersive world. I was a different person. No one knew who I was outside of me being an adventurer, and you don't get that today, and so it's different. I don't know why I went off on that tangent, but I hope you enjoyed the short story. Also, Jim wanted all of ABK and Bethesda games. I mean, everyone wants everything, right? I want to find a new property, but that doesn't mean I'm going to find one. Wait, they're doing a sequel to Days Gone? I feel like I knew about that already. I mean, you just said it was a sequel. Sano, I'm going by what you said. Sad part about Days Gone is it was a sequel to the first in the first place. That's what you said. Man, why is this constantly glitching out today? Day 1 PS5 Pro for me. And I hope you managed to pick one up, Jordan. I genuinely do hope you get one and you beat the scalpers, because the scalpers are going to be out there like rabid dogs. And I really hope you managed to pick one up. And he wanted wherever the last of their payments for marketing rights waived. Oh, yeah, he did want that. He absolutely wanted that, and Phil was like, no. Sony got really lucky with Helldivers 2. Might save their live service venture. I'm not sure if it's going to save. I don't think they're making bank with that game. There's just not enough microtransactions in there. And the fact that you can actually buy, get credits in the game to buy everything, you don't even need to pay for credits. They have a budget, hiring, and so on. So development looks real at the moment. I have 108 days, 1 hour and 29 minutes in D2, and gave up after the last DLC. God, the final shape was awful. Not the final shape. The Lightfall. Lightfall was awful. It's the worst expansion I've ever played. I'm gonna actually check that out. I've got a video of it, so if anyone, let me just ask now, does anyone actually want to check out the trailer to D2 and the showcase? Showcase is about 20 minutes, so we can break it down as we're watching it, but that's interesting. Support for Battlefield 2042 has officially ended. I'm surprised it went this long, Arthur. I'm surprised it went this long. That's the honest truth. You're completely right. I miss the old days. It was great, Maxim. Back then, it was just great. What other games, Jordan, has the amount of what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Someone help me. Sunsetting of content of weapons. I mean, they literally sunset the weapons that you have and make you go and farm the same weapons. GG. I just don't. The one thing that really upset me with Destiny 2 was the sunsetting. I really wish they didn't do that. And believe me, I was a massive Destiny fanboy. But Lightfall, that murdered me, man. That killed it for me. Lightfall was bad, man. I don't think I could. I mean, it was just bad. Lightfall was just bad. I don't think I've spoken to a single person that told me Lightfall was good. Jordan, maybe you'll be the first. But Lightfall was just bad. I mean, Sanchez, they do. But apparently we've got a couple of new enemies in the new one. Sunsetting was crap. My recluse still resides in my vault. Yeah, but you can't use it, right? Diablo? Now you have to go and farm the recluse again. And the mountaintop again. And from what I've seen, it's become meta again. But I have to go and refarm the same weapons that I farmed, and I don't think I should need to do that. But then they also added like a weapon crafting, which to me kind of honestly destroyed the game. I get it makes getting the right perks you want easier, but it just kind of, I don't know. I've never been a fan of. It's a looter shooter, so you want to go out and find the loot. Instead of it being a looter shooter, it became, hey, all we care about now is red boxes. And if it's not a red box, it's trash because I can't craft it. So the only thing people cared about, at least when I remember playing it, is I need that red box. And that's all I care about. And to me, that shift away is part of what hurt it. But hey, here's a fun one. For all of you mathematicians out there, PlayStation is outselling Xbox 2-1 in the US. No, in global. But in Europe, it's like, what? 5-1 or something. In Japan, it's like whatever it is to 1. But there's like 50 million PS5, 51 or 52 million was it 50 million PS5 sold? Maybe 52. And there's 27 million Xboxes sold. So would that not go to say that PlayStation's selling more copies of Dragon's Dogma 2 over Xbox is expected? Destiny 1 was actually pretty cool. I enjoyed Destiny 1 like crazy. And I think they did a really good job. But if Sony has double the consoles sold, would it not go to reason that they should sell more copies? I mean, when they sunset stuff in what Reef expansion was it the House of Wolves? No, the House of Wolves was a different one. Wasn't it? It's when we got the Reef that they... Was it the House of Wolves? I can't remember now. It's boxed cells only. So I don't know if it's counting Steam or not. Christopher only checks the boxed cells. He doesn't do digital. Hey, look, Forspoken was... Forspoken? Forspoken is getting a DLC? Are we talking about Forsaken or Forspoken? Forspoken is the Square Enix game, which I really like, by the way. No, I'm not saying that, Ramir, even though they do matter. But Forsaken. Hey, Forspoken was a good game. It was just overly hated for no reason. I mean, you say that, Jordan, but why isn't games like Final Fantasy XIV at that size? Why isn't games like WoW at that size? Because they're not. They're not at that size. So why are those games not at that size, but Destiny would be? Sepho, it's a good fun game. I really enjoyed it. I didn't like that they gave you the final skill so late in the game. I didn't like that, but other than that, it was good. But you know, this guy just completely shows how stupid he is. And then he makes this statement to just solidify just how dumb he really is. And yet, Call of Duty is still the #1 game purchased on PlayStation. I swear, we have a saying in my culture which loosely translates to, when God was giving out brain cells, where was this guy? Because he clearly wasn't available to receive any. Snake Venom talks. I mean, regardless of how you feel about it, the game sells, right? That's all that matters. JP, I know it doesn't make sense. I know. But, do you know what? This guy is a legendary bellend. If I play more than one game, I'm gonna need a new SSD. Diablo. Oh. So, ZeniMax Online are working on a new multiplayer MMO game. And it looks like, just like Elder Scrolls Online, it's going to come out for every platform. Working on a new engine for an unannounced project, leading the effort to get the new engine working on third-party consoles. So, unlike Elder Scrolls Online, which is not crossplay, it looks like this new MMO that they're working on with the new engine will be a new MMO crossplay enabled game. So that is what they're working on. And we've known this for some time, that ZeniMax Online has been working on, a new MMO. It's going to be released on multiple platforms, because an MMO restricted to one platform is... I mean, outside of WoW, not many has been successful. You've got the likes of BDO, which eventually went to consoles, and a bunch of others, right? That if they're on PC only, outside of WoW, it's a lot more difficult these days. But it seems that this news here from ZeniMax now means that Starfield and Indiana Jones confirmed are going to PlayStation. I don't understand how you can get to that point from here. Come on. How do you get to that point from this? No, Final Fantasy XIV was on PC and PlayStation same time. I don't get it. I don't get this. How do you go from a ZeniMax online multiplayer game that's in development to Starfield and Indiana Jones going to thing? I mean, can you get any more port begging? Can you get any more port begging than that? I mean, I don't actually understand how you actually get from that point to the next and make that correlation that them looking for developers for a online multiplayer game that we have known is going to be cross-platform since we've heard about it now means that Starfield and Indiana Jones are coming to PlayStation. I don't get this. I really don't. My brain hurts just thinking about it. I don't get it. But maybe one of you in chat can tell me. Maybe one of you in chat can tell me, because this makes no sense to me. 2 + 2 = Hyper. Pony logic. Damn. This isn't even ice cream sales are correlated with contact argument. Don't know what to call this kind of mistake. Xbox did this to themselves, and this is what is going to keep on happening with Xbox games. But anime, I get that, right? I totally get what you're saying. But this logic doesn't make sense. Like, even you have to agree that it doesn't make sense. There's no correlation here. None at all. Nothing. Now, all I got out of that was McDonald's is buying NASA. They're not getting anything. I mean, I'll be honest with you. My rumor video about Square Enix has got more chance of being right than this one, based on this evidence. I thought this was quite funny. Unless they're trying to make a live service version of Starfield or Indiana Jones, maybe then. I mean, if they make a live service online co-op version of Starfield, then I can see that happening, because it's MMO, right? But not the single player experience. It's Xbox fault. People reach all the time, and Xbox just gave them more reason for. Hi-Fi Rush on PlayStation, why not say Indiana Jones? Because they've already said Indiana Jones ain't coming. It's not even in development. Hey, Woodpit, how's it going? If these tweets or whatever ain't coming from the people of Xbox, I'm taking everything with a grain of salt, because everyone was wrong about Xbox going third party. Hey, I wasn't. I wasn't wrong. I never said that they were going third party. I never said that the whole slate was going, and I always said, wait until they talk about it. Now, I did say that Sea of Thieves and Hi-Fi Rush was definitely going, But I knew about that from a long time ago, but I just couldn't talk about it because of NDA reasons. But I did know about it. And I only spoke about it during that stream, if a lot of you remember, because someone had revealed it. And at that point, it became fair game. Oh, I know. I get that, Ramir. But I like to keep it real when it comes to things. And I make it very, very clear at the beginning of any conversation if it's speculation or rumor. But I don't... If someone tells me something, then I don't normally... Well, I just don't talk about it. Not unless they've given me the express permission to talk about it. And there are stuff that I could talk about and make videos on that honestly would be head turners and probably get like 20, 30,000 views. Like really cool stuff. But I'm sworn to secrecy, so I can't. So they have to stay in my head. And because, you know, the people talking to me are trusting me, so I've got to respect that. Starfield to PS5 at 60 FPS? Not happening. Not happening. It's not because the Xbox can't do 60. It's the stupid engine. Still won't buy it. It's the engine that prevents it from going 60. This is the problem with their mixed messaging. Oh, they've got a lot of mixed messaging. Their mixed messaging is crazy. Like, really bad. Really, really bad. And I've said this a lot. And people hate me for it. And call me out on it. And say that I'm being a pony by saying it. But no, Microsoft's messaging is completely dumb. They turn around and release Hellblade 2 30 FPS. And then make a tweet saying that how the game performs is better than how the game looks. I mean... keep it, that's correct. If I'm not mistaken, FFXIV 1.23 server shut down YouTube. This is what happened. So this is what actually, this was the original start screen.
You. I want.
Where is he going? Is he going to go and look at it or not? No. Oh, that's Project Meteor server. Where is it? Let's just go 1.0. Dalamud. All right. This was actually a really cool event, right? This was actually a really cool event. So that moon there, which is Dalamud, which houses Bahamut, was coming down. And as it went along, it got more and more closer. And it was really cool because when the server actually turned off, right? When the server actually turned off, this is what happened. Like, this was pretty impressive. At this point, the servers died. All the servers shut down. And everyone that was logged into the game was presented with this trailer. Come on. You can do it. One day you're going to load. This dude must have been on whatever. Gingerbread internet. But can you imagine the amount of work that must have went in to get this to work? I'm not sure if any of you have seen this. So this actually kicked off right after the service went down, and everyone got to watch it. So this was the end of the original Final Fantasy XIV. And this is why the whole landscape changed. I mean, this was amazing. At the time, it was amazing. It still is. It still gives me goosebumps. So while Dalamud is coming down, the Empire and the whole of the Eorzean Alliance are in combat. The whole Garlean Empire here is trying to basically bring Dalamud down to reset everything, to cleanse the earth, to bring ultimate power. They believed that they could control what was inside Dalamud. Audio's a bit loud. That should be better. Look at that. The little Lalafell going, call me, please. Still Cyclone. Black Mage. Like, is it still loud? And just think about it, right? This whole 5-minute trailer, cutscene, I mean not trailer, but cutscene, was made to signify the end of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. This is why the server shut down, because Dalamud finally opened, and we couldn't stop it, and the good guys lost. Bahamut was unleashed, and we lost. We actually lost. Once Dalamud destroyed and Bahamut came out, it's over. Look at it. What can they do? What can they do against Bahamut? That would have killed all of those there, all of the Warriors of Light. But you have Louis Soir protecting them. They're all now praying to the 12 to try and protect, save what's left of Eorzea. And this is literally their final grasp to try and seal Bahamut. to reseal him back into Dalamud to stop his reign. I mean, that just looks insane, right? And even that wasn't enough. Nothing could stop Bahamut. Once he came, that was it. And so Louis Suarez did the one thing that he could do. And before the calamity hit, you got transported into a new place, a new time. That was the 6th Umbral era, and you got transported to the 7th Umbral era. That's it. The lobby server connection has encountered an error and you can no longer log in. That was a pretty epic moment, I have to say. And that was it. You couldn't log in. Now, something else that was really cool about that, if you played 1.0 and your save file, you know, your obviously your save data, because your save data from 1.0 transferred to 2.0, right? If you played from 1.0 in the game at certain points, you actually get different dialogue to people that have started fresh from 2.0, because there's certain people that remember you from 1.0, but they can't make out who you are because a certain Heidelin, you'll have met Heidelin straight away from the game at the start of the game anyway, so I can say it. Heidelin basically has erased your memory, your facial, what you look like, from everyone's memory for lore reasons, which if you play, you'll find out. Well, if you played 1.0, you would find out. But she erased your memory from everyone's face, from everyone's memory. So when you actually meet certain people that are important in the game, or certain side characters that you helped in 1.0, they turn around and tell you that they've met you before, but they can't put their finger to it. And one character in particular finally works it out by the, I think, the end of Heavensward. It's either by the end of Heavensward or Stormblood. That character actually works it out, who you are. And they tell you that, I know you won't tell me the truth, and you've been holding it back from me, but you are him, ain't you? You are the person I remember. I can't picture the face, but you are him, right? And you actually turn around and say yes. And he goes, I knew it. But I love the fact that they actually did that with the 1.0 and 2.0. Starfield, I'm not spoiling Starfield. What are you talking about? But yeah, no spoilers for Starfield. There are people that are still playing through it. Starfield was actually JP. Spanaya. But yeah, so the way they ended it and the way they actually rewarded the fans from 1.0 to 2.0 was quite nice. So you do get like special dialogue that happens, a bit like in Destiny. If you played the original Destiny and transferred your data to Destiny 2, and it has a record of it. When you go into certain strikes, Zavala says stuff that you wouldn't hear in if you just started playing from Destiny 2. So it's really cool. I really like those nuanced touches that they do. Me too, Power Boss. Me too. It was in the 10 most played games. In fact, it was the only single player game that was in the most played games, top 10 games. Outside of Nintendo, of course, because everything there was single player. What do you think of this, though? What do you think of this? So in Korea, the Maxim program is educating people about such body shapes existing in reality and is basically making a mockery of the Western media in saying that, you know, a certain body type doesn't exist. What is going on in chat? I'm Korean. Everyone laughs and makes fun of woke movements in Korea. I mean, I'm not surprised, JP. I'm not surprised. But damn. You got some really, really good looking girls over there, mate. That's all I'm going to say. I know where my next stop is. All jokes aside, though, I'm actually happy that they're making a mockery of the Western world because I think the whole "you're not allowed to show pretty women" culture is getting stupid. The thing is, most women in Europe was thin until the American diet flooded here, so people ended up eating 3,000 calories per day. Well, times. Fuck's sake, Arthur. I mean, Starfield is a split game, right? You either like it or you don't. And honestly, I don't see anyone finding it a middle ground. It's a lot like Marmite. You either love it or hate it. And that's okay. People are allowed to have a different opinion. You know, there are games that I don't like, that you love. It's okay. This whole thing that you see on social media, and then, if I don't like it, no one else is allowed to like it. People just need to chill out a little bit. I guess I have some Maxim picks to look up. What did they give? IGN gave it a 7 because they didn't want to give it any higher. My dude didn't. Bonaya, the guy who reviewed it didn't even understand how to level up your skill tree. And after he reviewed it, he was educated on how to use the skill tree in a Twitter Spaces by his colleagues. You can't make that shit up, right? How are you reviewing a game when you don't even understand the basics of the game? Now, I'm not saying Starfield had any faults, didn't have any faults, but my dude didn't even understand how the skill tree worked. And people educated him on how to use the skill tree in a Twitter Spaces after the review came out. How can anyone take his review seriously? In Japan and in the East is actually doing really well, Sanchez. In the Western world, it's not doing great at all. But in the East, it's doing great. You know, Famitsu gave it 37 out of 40. But in the West, it's all about graphics, and because the graphics weren't as appealing as, say, some of the later games, it crashed and burned. I mean, there was nothing difficult to understand, but he just didn't even know how to utilize it. I mean, I don't like how the skill tree worked, personally. I think that's a negative to me. And Forspoken did the same thing. Like, you have to activate the skill before you can learn it. I think all the skills that you have there, all of them should have been retroactively active. Or just all of them should just be active, and you could just chip away at anything while you're playing the game. The skill tree at that point would have become so much more organic. So you can go and tackle like 3 or 4 things at this, while you're doing a certain objective, a certain challenge, and just focus on leveling up like a group of skill sets. And that would, in my opinion, have made the game a lot better. Skyrim can look better than Starfield right now with mods, but that's with mods. And Starfield looks pretty damn great with mods too. If you use mods. I mean, you're still earning the skills. I just don't feel like having it restricted to certain skills being active only that you earn them. Like, if I'm picking a lock, it should just count towards my challenge of me picking that lock. I shouldn't need to activate the skill and then start getting credit for it. Does that make sense? That was my gripe with Starfield. That's one of my big pet peeves for it. I just didn't like that. That just really, really annoyed me. I mean, defeating Atanta to get her abilities is okay, but once you got those abilities and you had that whole skill tree open up, they should just be active, and you can work on them all the time. Not, you have to have it active, and you can only have 3 of them active, and then even though you're doing everything else, it doesn't count. And that's just dumb. There's no, yeah, right. Skip the extra steps. There's no need for it. I'm already putting in the work. Just because I didn't activate that lock to, that skill to push my pickpocketing or deadlocking, whatever it's called. The safe unlocks and stuff. Just because I didn't activate that skill and I've already done it 30 times, why am I, as a player, being punished for that? I shouldn't be punished for that. But the game is actively punishing me for it because I didn't activate it. So that's my pet peeve for Starfield. And I think that's like a huge problem. And I've heard, because I can't remember, honestly, with apparently Oblivion was the same. I don't remember. I really don't remember. Was it Oblivion or Fallout? One of them is apparently the same. I just don't remember. But people are defending it by saying that their previous installments were the same and it's a Bethesda trope, but a bad design doesn't mean it has to follow through to every other game. Diablo's one is just mental, right? I don't mind the original skill tree, but once you get to level 50 and you open up that whole new skill tree, that's just mental. That's just a minefield. Like, you do it once and you never look at it again because, yeah. But to me, that one notion there is enough to knock it down by like at least a peg, at least 1 point there. Some of the graphics in certain areas were really nice, but then some of them in other areas, like Atlantis, if you look at the trees and stuff, they're atrocious. So I would knock it down to an 8. I think an 8.5 is about right for the game. But that's just me. It doesn't mean that it's a bad game. I mean, I've never understood why, people seeing a 7 or an 8 or an 8.5 and saying that that's a trash game. It's really not. Just because a game is a 10 out of 10 or a 9.5 out of 10 doesn't mean it's a bad game. I've played games that are 9 out of 10 that I absolutely found boring. God of War Ragnarok is so boring. I'm still struggling to finish it to this day. I need to finish it at some point, and I might make people suffer during a stream while I'm suffering. But it's so boring. But it doesn't mean it's a bad game. Other people like it. I mean, I play it for the story. I don't play it for anything else. Honestly, that's what I play God of War for. At the end of the day, it's a narrative, story-driven, cinematic experience. That is what they're aiming for, so that's what I'm there for. But there was so much padding and filler in that game. It's just so much. It doesn't need that much padding and that much stuff. No chaos, don't let us. Hey, you guys made me suffer with Kong and Thing. My retribution will be great, Sanchez. My retribution is going to be on a grand scale. It just doesn't need that level of padding. But one thing that I did see that I found really shocking, right? One thing that I did see that was, Oh, Maxime. Are you Tiska by any chance? Also, doesn't Metal Gear Solid 5 have like... Oh, 4, sorry, have like 9-10 hours of cutscenes? Oh, never mind, Maxime. I thought you might have been someone else. Because they had a similar username to yours. So I came across this. And for anyone that's bought the HD remaster, I don't know about you, but I think you should feel cheated. I appreciate you, Maxine. Returnal is good, Arthur. It is good. I suck at it, but it's good. But am I the only one that feels that the one on the right looks better than the one on the left? Oh, Metal Gear Solid 4 story was awesome. That had like 10 hours of cutscenes, and I enjoyed every single moment of it. MGS4 is all story, and I still enjoyed it. This is what? 2001? 2002? And this is 2003? Now, this has the Kingdom Hearts filter on it, man. They just Kingdom Hearts this and then released it. But there is no way that this looks better than this. No way. No, there's just no way. This is Final Fantasy X. Like, I find it quite depressing. Honestly. Because I'm actually in the process of recollecting all of the Final Fantasy games. I'm buying the Switch versions for the early ones. Because there's no difference between, up to 12, there's no difference between the PS5 version and the Switch versions. They're all the same outside of loading. And the Switch is just an easier console to maintain. Plus, I can emulate it too. But my God, that looks horrendous. I don't even think the hair's better. I mean, it's more rounded, sure. But this has more textures, it feels like. More layers. This just looks more full, like a mop. I don't know. Overall, I just think this one is better. I mean, just look at the attention to detail on these, and then that's just flat. But no, yeah, like I said, they put the Kingdom Hearts filter on it and said, off you go. Also, the head looks like it's proper got a dent there too. But what do we know? So I've got this video over here of Destin. It's an 8-minute video. Xbox needs to start making sense. Has anyone seen this video? You just watched it? Oh, you watched it. Is it any good? Is it worth checking out? Someone sent this to me and I thought I'd save it for the stream. I haven't actually watched it yet. I thought I'd save it for the stream. But is it worth checking out? That's the question. No, he's always been an Xbox guy. He'll call out Xbox when he needs to. Let's have a short listen.
Xbox needs to start making sense. I often talked about why I like the Xbox platform and the positives I see, like the Xbox ecosystem bringing games to gamers everywhere. And I love that Xbox has made a committed effort to backwards compatibility, which just was reaffirmed by Sarah Bond in a report broken by Windows Central. But today, I'm not making a video about the positives. Today is a plea to Xbox executives to start making some sense. For the last several months, Xbox has been taking one step forward and 5 steps back. At least that's how it feels. I've credited much of this to the changing landscape of the industry, layoffs, AAA budgets, and such. But there's no arguing that Xbox's messaging has been incredibly messy. Phil Spencer has a very bad habit of saying one thing and then doing another shortly after.
Okay, before I continue, chat, I want you to do something for me. I want you to do something for me, right? I want all of you to write down in chat right now, for those of you that actually want to contribute, what is Xbox's message? What is their vision? What is their messaging? That you understand yourself. Herman made a video saying Baldur's Gate 3's popularity is an illusion. I think that guy is running out of things to make now, Devastator. Turn it up. Okay, so we've got Xbox everywhere. We've got games everywhere. We're not shifting the Xbox strategy. Releases 4 games on PlayStation. Okay. Have no idea. I think the company's at odds with itself. Exclusives are dying. Play anywhere. Play on Game Pass. Personally, I don't know. Play Anywhere is the only narrative I fully support from Microsoft Gaming. Gaming for everyone. Shifting Xbox ecosystem to mobile. So what do you all say about the fact that Phil Spencer, on multiple occasions now, has said that the core platform of Xbox is the console? The console is the base on what is the foundation of what everything else is built on, making it the most important aspect of the whole Xbox brand. See, the messaging that you guys are saying is somewhat unanimous, right? The messaging that you guys are saying is pretty consistent. All of you are kind of going around the same thing, but from different angles. But then Phil Spencer is saying what you're saying, but then at the same time, he's saying that the console is the most important thing and the one that is the core focus for them. Do you see where the messaging is now getting a bit more grey? Is it about putting it on multiple screens? Is it about cloud? Or is the console the focus? Is it about Game Pass? Where's the focus here? Don't get me wrong, I love PC Game Pass. It saved me a shit ton of money, right? And it means, like, my kid was in here, I'm not sure if you heard him, but he was in here a little while ago, before he went bed, and he was playing Rocket League. And pretty much, that's the only game right now he's playing on my Xbox. But he will come in all the time and just jump on my Xbox. He uses my Xbox more than me now, just playing Rocket League. He loves that game. And he's really damn good for a 9-year-old. I mean, actually, I think he's hit like Platinum 4 or something. Or I think he's like 2 levels below the max you can get for Platinum. He's really good. But what I'm saying is, he's always on there, which means I can't jump on there all the time. So PC Game Pass is actually, has benefited me from being able to play games. So I think it's a really good thing. But Benaya, you're saying the console isn't the focus. Phil Spencer is saying it is the focus. So who am I to believe? You or Phil Spencer? Now, I'm not saying you're bullshitting here. I'm just saying that the messaging is all over the goddamn place. You guys are saying one thing, and I agree with what you're saying, because that's what it looks like. But the messaging isn't what you're saying. That's not what's coming out of Camp Xbox. And this is what I mean. And this is... But who are you supposed to believe then, Benaya? Exactly, that's the problem. That's why the messaging is all over the place. But that's the... You guys are basically agreeing with me here. You're just doing it in a way where you don't want to admit what I'm saying. The messaging is messed up. You guys are agreeing with what I'm saying. Whatever the vision is, everyone kind of sees it, but what's being said... What's being said and what's being delivered are two different things. But that's the messaging.
Xbox acquired Bethesda, he said,
if we're an Xbox customer, the thing I want you to know is this is about delivering great exclusive games for you that ship on platforms where Game Pass exists.
Not even 3 years later, he shipped one of those exclusives onto PlayStation, along with 3 others from Obsidian and Rare to PlayStation and or Nintendo. Place's Game Pass does not exist. Words matter, and this is seen as a clear betrayal of trust from fans. This year, after weeks of rumors swirling that games like Sea of Thieves and yes, Starfield and Gears were included, the rumor was that those could be released on PlayStation. Xbox had an emergency podcast where they clarified things for about an hour. On the official Xbox podcast, Phil Spencer discussed that this was a test.
And we're going to learn.
That there was no promise beyond that.
4 games, no promise beyond that. So if you're on those other platforms and you see these 4 games coming, please don't take it as some signal that everything's coming. It's not.
But in the same segment, he said that
there is an interesting story for us of introducing Xbox franchises to players on other platforms to get them more interested in Xbox.
So why would you not release more games on other platforms? Windows Central, in that same Sarah Bond report, linked to a Verge piece that said Sea of Thieves is the test, and if it's successful, more games are coming to other platforms. You can't keep leaving stuff like that open to interpretation. And if you want to see something truly bizarre, PlayStation is getting exclusive content for Sea of Thieves. Xbox also has its own set of exclusives to celebrate the release of Sea of Thieves on other platforms, but the decision to bring back console exclusive items similar to what they had with the PS2 era is a bizarre one to be sure. And Phil, as a Destiny player who probably played on Xbox, can remember what that was like in the Destiny days. It wasn't fun. Especially from someone who just asked how Helldivers 2 not being on Xbox is helpful. To me, that's a mixed message, but maybe I'm getting too much into the weeds there.
So what do you think about that? I mean, I don't find what Destin is saying wrong. I think what Destin is saying is correct. I mean, the 4 games that went across, I'm still gonna defend the fact that it was to appease the FTC. Right? Like the 4 games that went across, I'm gonna say that it was because of the FTC. 100%. I'm not gonna move from that. Some of you may have different feelings about that. Some of you may have a different view on that, but mine will always remain that he promised Judge Corley and the FTC under oath that, Bethesda games would be appearing on PlayStation. So he had to deliver on that. So for me, it has to do with the FTC, the ruling and what he promised them. Like, for me, that is never going to change. And until, under oath, he comes out and says it has nothing to do with it, which he'll never do, I will never believe that that's not the case. The exclusive stuff that they're getting, I think is stupid. I mean, there's some cosmetic stuff that they're getting for the ship. The same ones that Xbox got but if I start playing the Xbox version now, I don't get it. So it's weird. They should actually just the same cosmetics that PlayStation people get, they should make an Xbox version of those and give it to everyone. Would note Destiny is bound to contracts, embargoes, and so on. So yes, he is very limited with what he can or can't say. No, I totally get that, Cesano. I don't understand why Xbox is being held to this ridiculous standard. Because he had to make, he wanted the deal for Activision to go through. Now, the FTC at the time, they wanted everything from Bethesda, Starfield included, to go over. And Judge Corley said no. But she did accept that some games, on a case-by-case basis, would go over. But she refused to accept the FTC's appeal for every game to go over. So Judge Corley actually said no to everything, but she did say okay to some. And so by putting forward a game like Hi-Fi Rush, which was their biggest critically acclaimed game, and yeah, like Devastator is saying there, Hi-Fi Rush was a Bethesda game, so I guess he kept what he said under oath. That is correct. If Microsoft go to buy another publisher today, and the FTC tries to turn around and say they're going to foreclose those games, they can't say that anymore because they have no legal ground to stand on. Because Call of Duty, after the acquisition, was released on PlayStation. The next Call of Duty is coming to PlayStation on parity. And Bethesda games have now appeared on PlayStation. So they have literal no grounds for this. And this should also end the current lawsuit that they have with Microsoft, where they are still in court trying to divest ABK. So by doing this, it's kind of opening the doors for more acquisitions and getting the FTC off Microsoft's case. That's what I'm seeing here. That's my view. You know, that's the top level version of it that I'm seeing. The bottom levels, you know, the part that the fans care about, it's scummy, it's bad, I don't want to see my games on other platforms. I totally get that. But under oath, he made that declaration. I don't know how it is in the United States of America, but here in the UK, if you make a statement and a promise on stand and you don't deliver on it, you are in big trouble. You can go to prison for it, right? So I'm guessing in the US it's somewhat similar, but I don't know the US rulings. I just don't know. So I can't make a proper educated legal guess there. But I can say here in the UK, if you say that you're going to do something under oath, you have to do it. He said day and date where Game Pass exists, not in court. He said they're outside of court. He said they're outside of court.
Bigger issue is that the statement and message from the podcast didn't exactly clear much up. That's partially because a day after the podcast aired, he had an internal email published by The Verge where Spencer said, "This is a future where Xbox is everywhere, consistent with our promise to empower players to play the games you want with the people you want anywhere you want." How is that painting a picture of an Xbox ecosystem that's for Xbox fans who've long been buying their games on the Xbox store, especially those who buy digitally? Because anywhere you want could include the Switch and PlayStation 5. If Phil is seeing a future the rest of us aren't, he needs to spell it out. It becomes hard to buy into an ecosystem that's having trouble selling its console, having less money to spend in 2023, like everybody has less money to spend, to get enticing titles on Game Pass, and is now releasing games on competing platforms. Or maybe the less money Game Pass thing is just a rumor, as another rumor is that they're spending more than ever to get games on Game Pass. Why would it be a secondhand rumor from Jez Corden, who said, "I've been told by trusted sources that Microsoft will potentially spend more than ever on third-party Xbox Game Pass content this year, not less, as some have suggested"? Well, if that's true, why not tell people? The original Game Pass comment comes from an independent developer who has highlighted that the gold rush is over in reaction to any kind of deal from any publisher. It's not just an Xbox thing. So to be clear, that's not limited to Xbox. But when Xbox was betting big on Xbox Game Pass and statements are coming out saying the well has dried up in the industry, people will start to ask, why am I subscribed to Game Pass? It's one of my favorite services, Destin's, because of how easy it is to access games, but analysts have been keen to point out slowing growth, with Satya Nadella even on tying his bonus to the growth of Game Pass. Jez Corden said it best when he wrote, "When creating messages to your customers, the platitudes start to ring hollow when the actions are so easily perceived to be at our expense." This was in an article that I consider required reading to understand the sentiment from the Xbox fan base right now. Jez closes off by asking, what's the plan? And that's a good question, because if we haven't gotten a ton of amazing exclusives that were promised in 2021, and some of the best we did get aren't exclusive anymore, in 2024, we got Palworld, which was a happy accident, but in the year PlayStation was supposedly going to struggle, they got Helldivers 2, Rise of Ronin, Stellar Blade, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Xbox doesn't have anything slated until May with Hellblade 2, and besides Palworld, PlayStation is kicking Xbox's butt with nothing. Bill said,
and that's true, right? Arthur, you're saying Hi-Fi Rush should never have gone to PlayStation, but what better way to turn around to the FTC, well, to the court when they go and buy Square Enix, Sega, or whoever they're buying, and saying, look, we placed our most successful game of 2023, a highest rated, critically acclaimed game on PlayStation. So any this, argument that they have that we are going to hold games back, that instantly destroys it. Instantly. They've also put their, biggest MAU player-based multiplayer game in Sea of Thieves across multi-plat as well. So they've put two of their biggest games that they have away, right, to other platforms. So what argument would the FTC have now in saying that Microsoft is going to withhold their games? They by doing that, they basically turned around to the FTC, gave them a middle finger and said, no matter what you say right now, we've cancelled you out. Yes, it's cost us a little bit by us porting those games over. And clearly Hi-Fi Rush didn't even do well. Pentiment didn't do well. And it'll be interesting to see how well Sea of Thieves does. But it's clear that they haven't done well. But by porting those games over, the FTC has lost all legs, all grounds. They cannot argue and say Microsoft is going to hold these games back. Because they haven't held back Call of Duty, which they said they were going to do. Even though they are legally now bound to port it over there, it's there. And on parity. It's going to be the same for... And Hi-Fi Rush is there now. Sea of Thieves is going to be over there soon as well. And they've provided them a few extra cosmetics. What argument does the FTC have? Because they will sue again. Make no mistake, the FTC will sue again. 100%. They are going to step in, go for a preliminary injunction, but on what grounds will they have that, on what grounds are they going to sue? Oh, today's Tuesday and I'm feeling lucky because luck be a lady tonight? I mean, on literal what grounds will they try and sue on? That Microsoft is going to withhold games? Well, they've already proven by porting over two of their biggest games that that's not the case. So to me, that was a sacrifice for future gains. But the mixed messaging that's out there right now is, what else is next? And that's the messaging that needs to stop. I mean, I'd love them to Power Boss, but I think they're going to be out of office before that actually happens. Might as well make COD 480p on Xbox. I mean, JP, it is. But the other thing that's like really annoying right now is the final thing that I just stopped here before he said. No matter how you feel about Helldivers, Rise of Ronin, which is doing really well in Japan and in the Far East, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which sold 3 million on its own, I think someone said now. It sold over 3 million copies. As opposed to Dragon's Dogma, which is on multiple platforms and only sold 2.5 million, and that's deemed a success. That's on a single platform. And of course, they have Stellar Blade, which is coming, and we're going to see how that does. They've had 4, big profile games. They've also had Hi-Fi Rush. They've had Pentiment. They're about to get Sea of Thieves. So they've had a whole catalogue of games for the first quarter of 2024, whereas Xbox has got nothing. And in a year where Xbox is supposed to be dominating and pushing ahead, the first quarter has been as quiet as humanly possible. It's been the same as every other year. Obviously, quarter 2, 3, and 4 is jam-packed, and we're going to see a lot of games coming from quarter 2, 3, and 4. We're also getting, the rumors for the ABK back catalog games dropping is ramping up really aggressively now. And, where there's smoke, there's fire, and I can see that happening, soon. Maybe end of April, or they're going to leave it to June as a massive shadow drop of a bunch of ABK games during the June presentation, which would be another sweet spot to drop them at. But what I'm saying is, the first quarter for Xbox has been shit. I don't think anyone can actually deny that. But quarter 2, 3, and 4 is going to be great. But Microsoft should have been out of the gates quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. They should have been out, really strong from the get-go, and they weren't. And that's a little disappointing.
Said in an interview with Kind of Funny.
And I see it out there. I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's just not true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden you're going to see console share shift in some dramatic way.
Look, you're not going to sell more consoles, but you will have a lot more fans in your ecosystem if you had more amazing games on it, especially when 2024 is set up to be your year. And when your past statements about the Bethesda purchase have been things like, I don't have to go ship games on any other platform other than the platforms that we support in order to kind of make the deal work for us, but then you go and release those games on other platforms, maybe that original statement starts to look a bit flimsy,
See, I think here Destin is being very disingenuous because he's been following the FTC case like I have. And he was the only other person that I know that was covering it to the goddamn T, to the letter, down to the absolute, full stop. So he knows what the FTC decision, the ruling for the FTC case. He knows the particulars that happened during then. So for him to not even raise the fact that the FTC ruling or decision has anything to do with this, I think is disingenuous. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know how you feel, but I think the picture that he's painting here is a little unfair. Now, a lot of what he's saying is fine, but I think with those 4 games, I think he's being a little unfair by not mentioning the particulars of the actual case that under oath he agreed to do. I feel like no one's listening to anything I'm saying.
Look,
that's okay.
Xbox fans need something to be hyped for right now. There are some cool rumors out there, and I believe in Xbox. But just as I was critical of that Kind of Funny appearance where Phil Spencer talked about how much Xbox failed, I think it's time to stop talking about failure and needing to port your games to other platforms and start talking about what your plans are for the future. Because we've got 9 or 10 more years before Phil Spencer is at retirement age. That's 1, maybe 2 console generations, whatever that looks like in the next decade. What's the plan? Because I talk a lot about what I think you're going to do. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong, probably more often. But whatever the vision is, I think it needs to start being a lot clearer. Because I know what PlayStation and Nintendo's main play is. More consoles, more award-winning games we'll love. It's been 6 years since we heard anything about Gears of War. Halo Infinite is still going, but what's the plan with that franchise? Perfect Dark was announced 3 years ago, and that studio was basically abandoned. I mean, just look at the list of people who have left. Can we get something about that project that isn't a piece of concept art? I still believe in Xbox, but Xbox needs to start being a lot clearer about what they believe in. Because right now, I don't know what's true and what's nonsense anymore. And I don't think I'm the only one who feels just a little bit unclear about what the play is here. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. Hit that.
No, I think that, he ended it in a way that, I think he ended it on a strong note. 6 years for a Gears of War game, that's a long time. When I've already shown you that the previous Gears of Wars were made like every 2 years. Almost. I think one of them took like 3 years. What is happening with Halo? Halo was supposed to be a 10-year project with a live service, Halo Infinite, and it's just been abandoned. What's happening with Everwild? What's happening with Perfect Dark? And there's so many other games. Like, what's happening with Contraband? All of these games that were showcased, what's happening with them? Where are they? Where's the information for these? I don't know. I think there was a lot of thing there. I think there's a lot of there's a lot to unpack there, but I think there was some stuff he said which was a little disingenuous, and as someone in chat was saying, he's tied up with what he can and cannot say because he's still an IGN employee, so I totally get that, but I also feel like, there's clear issues there with the messaging, and Microsoft needs to fix the messaging. It's really that simple. Fix the messaging. For those of you that watched Heroes, the message was very clear, right? Save the cheerleader, save the world. That was it, and that's all Peter Petrelli had to do. That was his goal. Save the cheerleader, save the world. They just need to be very clear with the messaging. They question Xbox games but can't question PlayStation first party. But he did. He literally just did Force One vlogs. He literally just did. He said in a year where Sony has no first party games coming out, they flooded their release catalog with third party games, and they are kicking ass. Apparently, Dreamcast guy did an angry rant about the game should be $100 thing. Oh, did he? That's not fair. Some of the Tomb Raider devs are working on Perfect Dark. They are, John Gray. I know they are, but what's happened to the game? 3 years and you don't even have a trailer for it or something to show after 3 years? It's a long time. 3 years development is a long time for you to turn around and say that there is nothing to show. Guys, please keep it clean. If you're not getting along with each other, just ignore each other. Really that simple. Look, the moment you see Halo, Gears, Starfield, and other games of that caliber going to PlayStation, JP ESIV, then you can make that statement. But until you see the core flagship games going, then that's just, smoke. No one needs Harmon running Xbox. That's just all engagement-driven stuff that's just silly. I'm excited to see how Perfect Dark turns out. Crystal Dynamics has a magic touch. Well, as long as it's not the BioWare magic, I'm happy. They should have at least something to show after a year, even if it's a vague concept. I mean, they've shown concept art, but they should have something, visual, right? After 3 years of development, you expect something. If you don't have something after 3 years, then there's severe problems there. So this is the Destiny 2 trailer for Final Shape. I thought we'd check this out.
We need to go. Keep moving. Go!
The Witness brought darkness into the Traveler to turn their threat into our annihilation.
Something's changed in the Guardian. New power. I can feel it.
Oh, you can switch up your... That is interesting. They're using all the elements.
this power, Guardian. Be brave in dark places, for we are the light of hope.
That's Void. That's Stasis. That's Solar. Art. Darkness. Kate, my boy. Yeah, still ain't pre-ordering though. Exotic ghost ship. Instantly unlock the exotic ship and the tessellation. Also unlocks emblems, an exotic ghost, and an exotic emote. Oh, that's an actual ship. Okay. What did you think of that trailer? I mean, that guy that makes these trailers pretty much deserves another raise because he made this look amazing. Nah, this ain't getting removed from Xbox. Still not pay for it? Are people actually acting like we aren't being fed lovely in Game Pass these first few months? There should have been a first party title in the first month. At least one. I mean, we got Persona 3, but that went everywhere. There's nothing that was released within the Xbox ecosystem. You know? New prismatic subclass, which allows you to pretty much change your elements to whatever you want. New dread enemy faction, which I believe is this. Almost looks like the Forsaken crew. And new exotic class items that I don't really care for. I'll link this because this is a 20-minute video. It's going to be too long and I don't think anyone wants to watch a 20-minute video now. Like I said before, I mean, Palworld, is that really first party? I mean, I'll agree that it was a happy surprise, and as people have found out now, the Xbox saves are gone and all corrupted, so that's happy days. You have to start from the beginning, and all the community managers were doing is laughing and taking the piss. But hey. Hellas, it shouldn't also take 50 years for them to release a first-party game, right? When everyone else is releasing games every 2 years, a year to 2 years, and it's doing really well, and then you've got games coming out 7 years later and they can't even hit 60 FPS, then what are they exactly baking? What are they exactly cooking? If you're going to take 10 years to make a game, I expect it at least 60 FPS. If you release that game in 2-3 years, then I can accept 30 FPS. But if you're taking 10 years to make a game, then at least make it 60 FPS. That's what it feels like, Arthur. I think so as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still going to play, Hellblade 2, and I'm going to fucking love it. It's I've been waiting for that game for a long time. Since I played Hellblade 1. I really, really liked Hellblade 1. But let's not beat around the bush here. It's not, they can take as long as they want to bake a game and cook a game and make sure it's delivered the best they possibly can get. I don't care for delays. If they need the extra time, they can get it. But if you're going to delay a game, and if you're going to take a long time to release the game, then at least get it right. I am happy. What makes you think I'm not happy? Because I have a differing opinion? Hey, look. We don't talk about our waifus, okay? Waifus are waifus. I mean, are there any other UE5? What is it? Immortals of Avium? That's not running 60. That's got problems. Spider-Man 2 had a few bugs. It did. Hey, I wasn't the one that said it. Arthur was. Atty 2B all day, every day. But no, yeah, Immortals of Avium doesn't hit 60. I don't know if they've patched it now, but when it released, it didn't hit. I mean, it was dropping down to. It was dropping below 30. It was going into like low 20s in certain areas. I mean, I don't think right now the current gen consoles can do. Well, actually, honestly, I think it can do UE5 at 60 because I'm pretty confident that Gear 6 will run 60. I'm pretty confident on that. And you can clip this, and if it's not, I'll hold my hands up and say I was wrong. But I'm pretty confident that Gear 6, when it's released, that's running on UE5, that's going to run at 60. Because Coalition are magicians when it comes to UE. They just know how to use the engine. They are really, really good. Gear 6 will do 120. I mean, it's supposed to look better than Hellblade 2. From what we've been hearing, it's supposed to, Hellblade 2 looks phenomenal, right? Anyone that says that game looks shit is insane. And I've seen people saying that Hellblade 2 looks shit, and they're fucking stupid. Pardon my French, but they are stupid. If you're going to sit there and tell me that Hellblade 2 looks trash graphically, you need to go and get your eyes re-examined, because that game looks phenomenal. Like, pure and simple. It just looks amazing. And what we're hearing is that Gear 6 is supposed to look even better. Native what? I don't know if it's going to hit 4K. I mean, it's not going to hit 4K. The current gen consoles can't do 4K 60 native. They just cannot do it with high fidelity. They cannot do it. Seven Rebirth isn't 4K 60. Unless you're talking about something else. I think it's 720 60? I didn't see what JTech said. Did he actually say something? Why don't I see him in chat? Oh, there is JTech. Oh, he's not here. A lot of these games, in order to achieve 60 FPS, drop in resolution down to 720p and 900p. Is that what you all want? No. But then, does it need to really push it that high graphically on a console? Why not just lower the textures to up the performance? Like, I'm not saying that they should only offer a performance mode. But why not offer the super high fidelity, whatever it is at 30 FPS, where it looks, bells and whistles, amazing, it's got all the ray tracing and everything. And then offer a lesser version at 60 FPS. Like, why not give people the option? 680p 60 okay, blurry as hell. I think that's what Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is, right? Yeah, they did work on them. I mean, they're just geniuses when it comes to Unreal. That's why I have full belief that Gear 6 will be 60 FPS and look better than what we have now. I don't know how they do it, but they're just good, man. They're just good. Coalition are just really good. And it's really cool that where was it? Is it here? No. The fact that the president CEO of Coalition is basically now going around and showing the rest of Microsoft studios how to use Unreal Engine and how to get the most out of it. Just, creating our own little division to go around and educate the other studios so they can actually make better experiences for their consumers. This is cool. This is really cool. This is the type of stuff that you want to see happening within like a massive organization that Microsoft has, because, sharing that knowledge is great. And because you're all in one bubble, sharing that knowledge is even easier. So, kudos to, the CEO of Coalition for making this happen, and Xbox for sanctioning this to take place. But this can only be good for Microsoft, and this will help deliver better results, better games, and better experiences for us gamers. This is a win-win situation here. To me, this is a win-win situation. Anyone that says this isn't a win, I'm a little worried. And hopefully, now we'll see Xbox actually tapping into, the power that it has, because, it's clearly not being utilized. And honestly, is there anything on PlayStation that looks as good as Hellblade 2? And considering Gear 6 is supposed to look better than Hellblade 2, is there anything on PlayStation that looks better? Maxim, I can't wait for it. I can't wait. I'm actually, what's the latest expansion for Gears called? I can't remember. I know Steve's going to remember. Steve can tell me. Do you know what, Atty? I think you might be right. Now we're both going to get cancelled for saying that. And Demon Souls runs at 30 FPS, right? If I'm not mistaken. That doesn't run 60. What was the latest expansion for Gears called? The one that was attached to Gears 5? Alan Wake is definitely second best. Alan Wake looks phenomenal. I did, Kalis. I did. And is it a remake or a remaster? Power Boss, I'm not sure if you're trolling or being serious. I'm gonna guess you're trolling. Hivebusters, that's it. No, it's Hivebusters. I need to finish that. Maybe not sure if I'll do it this week, but maybe next week. Or maybe this Friday. I'll try and finish Hivebusters. I think I'm about halfway through it. I know it's not too long, but would be fun to finish that finally. Because I haven't finished it yet. But there is a Power Boss. Xbox doesn't use DLSS, my dude. They use FSR. Now, there's a lot of rumors going around that Microsoft are moving to NVIDIA for their next console. I think that's going to be a good thing if they do. Because if Microsoft move to NVIDIA, you can bet your bottom dollar that DLSS is going straight into implementation for that. Straight away. And that's when you're going to start seeing some big changes for Xbox. You know, you're going to see some real performance increases. You better if I mean it. No, it was NVIDIA that they're looking to... Well, at the moment, they're doing a lot of work with NVIDIA. Hey, Telos Ree, how's it going? Benaya? Yeah, definitely. The DLSS implementation, especially like a DLSS 3.5, is way ahead of anything AMD has. It's also the Gears of War from 2010, 2012, something like that, 2013. I mean, as a CPU, yeah, that makes more sense. It'll be like a combination. You know, Intel and Nvidia go really well together. I mean, John. Alan Wake 2 was my game of the year. Don't hurt me like that. Don't hurt me like that. Don't do it to me, man. Don't do that to me, man. I like Gears, but I don't know what any of the stuff for it's called. Well, you got Gears of Waifu 1, Gears of Waifu 2, Gears of Waifu 3, Gears of Waifu 4, Gears of Waifu 5, and Gears of 5 Waifu Busters. Pretty simple. Someone is triggered. But anyway, back to my point. Using FSR and PSSR, the latter gen GPUs with ray tracing pulls heavily on the CPUs. But you know, when ray tracing came out originally, it was run by CPUs, but a lot of GPU, you know, the modern GPUs now do a lot of the legwork instead of the CPU. It takes a lot of the load off it. Alex is partially right when he says, you know, it's CPU, but you know, with the later GPUs, I don't know what's in the PS5 or the, you know, what equivalent it is, but the GPUs do handle a lot of the legwork as well. South of Midnight is a weird one because we haven't really seen anything outside of the opening trailer, so it's really hard to judge what it is. Oh, that would be awesome, Talos. Can you imagine Baptista as Marcus Phoenix? My God, that's gonna be. I mean, that's who we need to play Marcus, right? Baptista is like literally the perfect person to play him. Like that guy was built to play Marcus Phoenix. Play Skull Island, Rise of Kong. I've already done that. I'm not suffering through that again. Wonder if they will release Alan Wake 2 on Steam. It would sell a lot more compared to It will eventually. It will eventually. I can't see it not releasing, but I wasn't prepared to wait to play that game. I've been waiting for a long time to play Alan Wake 2 for its existence. There was no way I was going to wait anymore for it to, just because it wasn't on Steam. No thanks. I'm here to play games, not wait until I'm 90 years old before they come over to Steam and play. That's why I've got all platforms. The current CPUs are fine for another 5 years. What, in the consoles? You could screw up with that taste. Trust Jack Snyder in the Gears movie? I don't know, man. What you need is Michael Bay to do the movie. Just random explosions everywhere. Baptista flexes his pecs. That's what it's all about. South of Midnight doesn't look interesting. I mean, South of Midnight. What is South of Midnight? We don't even know. So, I don't know. Baptista looks like Marcus Phoenix when he has his hair bald. He looks like Marcus's dad. You think Perfect Dark will be in third person? No, I think it's gonna. If I remember, the original was in first, right? So I think it's gonna respect the original and stay first. Wasn't the original in first person? Hogwarts was your game of 2023. Another great game. Another great game. Jack Black, best claptrap. My God, do you want Yes, it'd be bad. All the Perfect Dark games have been first person, I believe. Yeah, so it'll be first person. Arthur, he wants The Rock to play as Marcus Phoenix. They already said it will be a first person adventure game. I mean, it should be, right? There's no reason why it shouldn't be. I mean, I'm still going to stick with South of Midnight. Looks like nothing because we know nothing about it. The moment I see just a teaser trailer for it, I'm not interested. Not until they show me something. Alan Wake 2 might actually be using most of ray tracing's features sets. Maybe. I told you, Dwayne The Rock, Johnson, Marcus Phoenix. You know it's going to happen. Avowed needs more gore. Wouldn't that increase its age rating though? Has to be someone on roid. Coleman. So you're saying no to Batista, you're saying no to The Rock. Who do you want? Someone said he released a video crying about
Dragon's
the 100
Dogma
bucks.
2.
No, shut up. Do games need to cost $100?
What's
Alright, let's see how we can rent. Someone said he lost his shit. I want to see how he loses his shit.
Guest guy here, and today we're going to do a bit of an angry...
Power Boss wins! Power Boss wins! Hulk Hogan as Marcus Phoenix. Let's go! Let's fucking go! Power Boss, you genius! My dude! My dude! You guys are really John Cena. Oh shit. He was JayGaming, that's what I remember. So I want to see what this is all about. Because he was in favor of a price increase. Because developers need more money, remember? So I'm actually quite interested to see what's changed.
Gaming rants, because to be honest, I'm getting just so freaking annoyed about these game publishers, game studios,
and don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe, folks.
About the idea
I appreciate you. We are trying to hit 7,000 subs,
video games.
And when we do, I'm
They're
going to be doing a
already
giveaway.
Trying to talk about another price increase. Games just went from $60 to $70, and already there is so much conversation about the idea that we need another price increase. Now, I've been gaming for many, many decades. I remember when games went from $60 to $70. I remember when games went 40 to 50 and 50 to 60. And a lot of times with these price increases, we always hear the exact same lie. Oh, with this, we now have more ability to be lucrative, more experimental, more profitable. These price increases are going to make the games better, and I feel like across the industry, provably, this has not been the case. Like, actually just think of even $70 games. Forspoken, no way. Godfall, no way. Balan Wonderworld is just such a incomplete, horrible train wreck that was a full-priced game. Well, Elden Ring's good. That was worth $70. My point here is the fact that these budgets are clearly what the problem is. The business is the issue, not the price tag. But let me take a look at a CEO directly saying that it's time.
JP, the problem with what you're saying, right? The problem with what you're saying is that salaries do not increase with inflation. In some places, in the public sector, they may do, but in the private sector, they don't. My salary, for example, hasn't increased in 5 years. I mean, we've just had a merger now, so we may even lose our jobs, but that's another matter. But what I'm saying is there are people where I work who haven't had a pay rise in 5-6 years, and for them, that whole inflation argument doesn't hold. Because for them, they're now earning even less. Benaya, I need to find a new home before I can find a new thing. And this is something that I wanted to... Well, I'm going to talk about in another video that I need to make some point over the next week or so. But I'll briefly just cover it here, because there's a good amount of you here. The 22nd of May is my eviction notice. So the standard content that I'm making and delivering in the streams, if we don't find a place by then, is going to slow down a little. And if I make any content, it's basically going to be me vlogging and talking about stuff. So it's not going to be at the quality you're used to. But the streams will definitely stop until we find somewhere to live. So it's not a great situation that I'm in. And we only found it out today that it's not looking hopeful. So I'm going to release another video anyway talking about this in more depth. But essentially, the 22nd of May is when we are being yeeted. and that is less than 6 weeks away. So we'll get as much in as possible, but even before then, at some point, I'm going to have to start packing everything away, and we're going to obviously have to put a lot of the stuff into storage. So in terms of streams and stuff, like my PC and everything, it's going to go into storage, because on the 22nd, the bailiffs will be round to basically lock the doors. Thank you. So, you know, we got the news today that the council isn't going to help us. And the best that they're going to do on 2 days before is place us in a hotel. And that's it. And obviously I can't take all my furniture and all my stuff to a hotel. So it's going to be really difficult. It's not going to be an easy transition. So the streams, unless a miracle happens and we get off, you know, we find a place by then, that's different. But I'm not hopeful at this point. It sucks. But, you know, I'm going to update you all anyway nearer the time. So if the streams have to stop for a while, they will stop. But this is the reason why me now changing jobs is not ideal, because if I try to change a job now, I'll be on a probationary period for 3 months or up to 6 months. That's 0 job security. That basically means that no landlord will accept me at all, because essentially you're unemployed at that point. So, you know, it is what it is, but that's where I'm going to be at right now. So, if you start seeing me with a phone and just talking through the phone on the latest news and stuff, just vlogging it, then you know that that's literally all I can do for the time being. And I'm going to try and do that. But that's pretty much it's going to be. Moving out of London is not an option, Brick. Moving out of London is not an option because the amount of... because my salary doesn't cover the rent in or out of London properly. I do need benefits. Steve, they did not. And the further out of London you get, the less the government supports you. In terms of the rent support. And obviously the salary I'm on right now isn't enough. This is why all of you should be subscribing right now, hitting that like button so the channel can grow and make me some money. Anyway, back to the video.
Time for a price increase and kind of just tear it apart. Hi, I hope you're having a great day. If you could, give this video a like. And
how the hell does this guy have 207,000 subs? And I only have less than 7. He's got over 200,000 subs more than me. This shouldn't be right, chat. We need to change that.
And subscribe if you haven't already. So, Saber Interactive CEO believes the $70 game will eventually become a thing of the past. I just don't think it's sustainable. Now, of course, everybody in the comments is completely freaking just roasting him. How are all these $20 and $30 indie games making millions of dollars when big studios seem to be constantly underwater? Oh, it's really weird that just...
Benaya, just even thinking about it makes my stomach hurt. Don't.
A month ago, Helldivers 2 came out with a $40 price tag, and somehow they're actually being profitable. But let me actually look at his full statement. I don't want to take it out of context. If we're going to dismantle this, let's actually give him credit here. The former interim Embracer COO believes developers will move to reduce risk and costs. Oh, God. So this guy was talking to IGN, and he said there needs to be a new middle market. Helldivers 2 is an example of this new middle market, and we want to emulate it. So they are going to try and make more AA games, stuff that's not huge and expensive, but can still actually turn a profit quicker because it doesn't cost $500 million to make. But they did say,
how about I just stay as an Xbox fan and grow the channel? That sounds a lot better to me, folks. Look, I've been an Xbox fan since the OG Xbox. I mean, I liked my Dreamcast. I mean, I think the Dreamcast is great, and I enjoyed my PS2. But once I got my Xbox, that was it. I've been, Xbox 360. They were my jam. I love those consoles, and I've been an Xbox fan ever since. So, I do like my PS5. Don't get me wrong, but I still prefer my Xbox, and I always will.
However, our upcoming game, Space Marine 2, is going to retail for $70, but it's because we're concerned audiences would see a cheaper price as emblematic of poor quality. Okay.
How many people in chat like waifus? Like, how many people think the waifus in, say, Nikkei are ugly or bad or not good?
This is something I have seen constantly, which drives me nuts. So many freaking companies are like, oh, if we don't charge a full price for it, people won't know that it's a full price game. This feels like some stupid Ouroboros chicken and the egg argument. $70 games are trusted, so we have to charge $70, but also we sold less copies because it's $70, so we had to put it on sale quicker, which means that it hurts the sales overall. Okay, maybe just price games according to what their budget is, what their estimations are. I think games are going to become more expensive to make. The $70 title is going to go the way of the dodo, basically meaning it's about to go extinct. I just don't think it's sustainable.
Is he about to cry? Listen to his voice. It almost sounds like he's about to cry. Man, look at that expression.
To make. The $70 title is going to go the way of the dodo, basically meaning it's about to go extinct. I just don't think it's sustainable. Look.
I mean, it really sounds like he's about to cry. He sounds like... Jeez.
You remember the hype for Cyberpunk, which I think ultimately performed okay, but when the expectations are so high and so much money is on the table, it's highly risky for the company that's doing it. What if it fails? Now, I feel like it's particularly funny for the CEO of Saber Interactive to say this because they have helped develop a lot of games that are technically considered to be failures. They've made a lot of games that are good or bad or mixed or completely dead. So if you guys have worked on so many games and you have had a lot of projects that would not be considered to be particularly lucrative, clearly one failure should not be able to sink a studio. But this again just feels like this stupid circular logic.
I mean, let's be realistic, right? Sony has roughly about a 5-point-something% profit margin. If Venom is going to cost them $300 million to make and it flops and no one buys it, does he genuinely believe that that's not going to hurt Sony? And that certain layoffs or studios will actually go down? Like, honestly, so many studios who gambled on high fidelity, Unreal Engine 5, and the games just didn't sell. Callisto Protocol, Immortals of Avium, they didn't sell very well. What happened to those companies? They laid off over half their staff. It's not a joke. Like, the cost of games today is way too high. We're getting, we're on Avengers level costs here for a video game. It's too high. There's too much. When a game that can look as good and play as well as Ghost of Tsushima that costs $60 million, I only refer to that game because that's the one I know 100% the price of. Why is Spider-Man over $300 million? when Ghost of Tsushima looks better and is a better game.
Logic. Okay, that means we have to make big budget games so that we can price them high, but then also pricing them high might mean they sell less, which means it hurts the studio, which means it has to close. Okay, maybe find a way to properly manage costs, to manage the just development fees in general. It feels like this weird, stupid excuse. I don't want to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, but we have to so it looks good. But then if we do that, then if it doesn't sell 80 billion copies, then we fail. Okay, so you remember what happened to Ubisoft a couple years ago. All their titles slipped out of the year, and then suddenly they're in an entirely different place. It's hard to recover from that. I think the market is going to shift to development, which is not necessarily lower quality, but there's going to be an emphasis on trying to find ways to reduce costs. Yes, absolutely. He went on to say, I think there's going to be a real shortage of game content over the coming few years. We've seen how many layoffs there's been, you see how many games have gotten killed, but we have a lot of good projects going on that I'm proud of, and I feel really, really strongly about that. This is still just one of these things that I feel like is kind of funny because right now, Helldivers 2 has completely taken over the internet. Not only is the game incredibly fun, they're doing these silly events where like we're trying to save Super Earth. This game, it's literally trending every single day, and it's just so low budget. Like, look at this. This is such a great thing. This has 100,000 likes for a video they tweeted out yesterday that is just a piece of concept art and some fake little confetti CG'd over it. Why is it that this game has managed to captivate the entire internet? Is it because of the battle passes? Is it because of how cool the graphics are? No, it's because it's fun, it's different, it's innovative, and it's cheap. This is a $40 game that's actually selling more copies than Spider-Man 2. How in the world can people still be trying to aim for these crazy high budget projects when there is definitely a lucrative middle market that...
So what he's saying there is actually quite true. And I'll use an example on Terra Fantasy that I play. So there's... Terra Fantasy is a gacha game, right? That I play on my other channel. Now... over Christmas, they released a outfit that was priced at £8.99. £8.99. Normal prices for skins is roughly about £90, which is why it's only the whales that buy them. Now, you can use free currency in the game if you want to burn it to get them, but if you want to pay for it with your hard cash, it's $100 for a single skin. But only the whales generally buy them. But over Christmas, they released a skin for $8.99. And everyone that I saw around the server at the time had that skin. Everyone bought it. But when they've got the skins at $100, no one bought it. You only see the whales have it. Everyone else, no one has it. You might see the odd person who burnt all their resources on it, but the general thing is, only the whales have it. So the thing here where if you make it cheaper and more affordable, the people who are at the lower spectrum, who are way more than the people at the upper spectrum, will invest in it because it's cheap, it's at a low end. You'll get more sales, which means more revenue. Sure, you need 10 of those people to buy it before it makes one of the whales equivalent. But why does it have to be exclusive? Why not release more lower-end priced skins and keep those ones for the whales as well? And then the whales will double dip, right? They're going to buy this one and they're going to buy the other one. But if you price it right and it's accessible to a lot more people, then more people are going to buy it. And with Helldivers 2 going in at $30, it's at a price point where people are just willing to gamble on it. And if it's a bad game, they'll leave it. But getting that price right is important. Now, if Helldivers released at $80, it would not have sold the way it did. No way in a million years. But the fact that it was cheap meant that it was the entry to it was a lot easier. And that's why it's doing so well, because people were willing to give it a chance, willing to give it a go. You're much more inclined to give something a go at a lower cost than you are at something at $80. $80 is a lot of money to give a game a try that you don't really know, that's unproven and is a live service game. But at $20-$30, you're then going, you know what, it's worth a punt. And it's budget friendly, like Joshua was saying. So, you know, it's a lot more accessible. And this is the same thing that I'm saying about the skins. When the fact that it was cheaper meant so many people bought it. Like, everyone at the time had that skin. You go around the whole game and everyone had it. You could change the colors of it freely as well. So even though everyone had the same skin, they looked different because they all had different color schemes on them. But they just amplified their sales volume insanely by having a cheaper skin that was more accessible to mass players. And this is the same thing here. But you might get lucky. There's like less than a 1% chance. Good luck with that, buddy.
Is so widely ignored, outselling the biggest superhero in the world in the age of superheroes, to me, is completely bonkers. Here's why this frustrates me.
Okay.
I do genuinely think that games are going to get another price increase very, very soon. I think here in a matter of months, years, in a very short time frame, we're going to start to see $80 games, then $90 games, then $100 games. I think they're going to be sporadic at first. A big RPG, I think something like Grand Theft Auto 6, I do think that game is going to be $80 or $90, but they're going to keep tiptoeing the price up. And I think, if anything, this is going to lead to worse video games. Not better. I think it's actually going to make the market even more unoriginal. And it's because we can see that Hollywood is completely imploding from the same problem. I don't talk about it a ton. I hint at it here and there, but I'm very obsessed with movies. I think it's cool to actually study how stuff's made, see what directors are up to, the whole process. But lately, Hollywood completely freaking blows. I mean, even the best people, Francis Ford Coppola, David Lynch, a lot of people are struggling to get funding because they're not marketable ideas. You're trying to make something that's too experimental and not commercial enough, then we're not even going to fund it. Video games are going to hit the same wall, where if you're making a game that is not immediately part of a franchise or a remake or a sequel, it probably will not be funded, or even if it does come out, it's going to be safe, it's going to be filled with microtransactions, and it's probably going to cost over $70. I'm in this spot where I'm of two minds, because I am a believer that video games are getting better, that the industry as a whole has gotten bigger. There's so many different weird things like Baltaro, a roguelike poker game that's completely crazy. There's so many weird things like Helldivers 2 that just come out of nowhere and blow minds. The amount of passionate, encouraged, wild ideas that are coming out and
what is he even talking about? I can't listen to it anymore. He's literally just waffled for the past 5 minutes, man. Jesus. Like, he's just literally going around the same point. That is a special case of waffling. That is a special case of waffling. Anyone like my poster? I still haven't got anyone telling me where it is. Oh well. But it's delayed. I haven't watched the new Destiny 2 stuff, but I bet it's a trap. Yeah, that sounds about right. The new Destiny 2 trailer looks amazing, but my god, is it going to be awful. Wait, that is the actor and they... What? Mate, she got done dirty. Man, she got done dirty. Man, she got done dirty. I don't care what it was. She... Avatar's 50% off. Internet required to install the game. What? Hey, apparently Star Wars needs a internet connection to play. If you're all happy about that. I know you're all excited about this game. And I know this doesn't mean anything to the majority of you because we all have internet and, you know, none of you are going to be pissed off about this, right? Hey, Brick, that was a reverse Uno card right there, boy. That was a reverse Uno straight off. No, it's not. The game isn't online only. It's saying the game isn't on the disc. Only part of the game is on the disc, so it's not, you know, in terms of game preservation, there is none for this game. There's no reason to buy a physical version because the game literally isn't on the disc. It is not entirely true. I've got some games that are on disc. What's this? Today, CEO of Microsoft Satya Nadella has announced deepening investments in Japan, furthering my theory. He had a theory and potential that they are going full steam ahead with deals and collaborations in Japan. What could this mean for Xbox, Square Enix, and Xbox AI? Absolutely amazing and opens the door to so much. So basically a whole bunch of hot air that's got nothing really going for it. Well, Uni, the new Tim. Has anyone met the new Tim yet? The new Tim dog? Xbox psychopaths will say this is great news. I bet Microsoft execs love this. Microsoft obviously loves losing money. After 40 months, the PS5 is estimated at 27.43 million units ahead of the Xbox Series XS. That's not true at all. That shipped. You fucking moron. Yeah, he's fucking becoming he's so bad. Look, chat. Does anyone know where we can get these coins? Or where we can get them made? Because I'd like to order some and, every so often do some giveaways on different designs, but I cannot find where to get them. And this dude doesn't respond to me. Yeah, but where do we get them? Is it just a 3D printer? I may have to look into once I move and get settled down over the next 2-3 months. I might have to invest in a 3D printer and look into doing stuff like this. So I think coins like these would be kind of cool as a giveaway. You guys, that'd be appreciated, Steve. Next gear's Marcus should be a cat wife. Oh shit! Shots fired. Shots fired. Jamala, let me know, man. Worst case scenario, if they are 3D printed, I'll use you as a drop shipper. You make your little bit of profit, and I'll get them shipped out. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. Just need designs. But yeah, it'd be nice to do some giveaways with those coins, at least until we get to the big subscription jumps, and then we can do proper game giveaways and console giveaways. Nope. What the fuck is wrong? Now that is an accurate depiction. Now I can see the resemblance. Side by side, that looks amazing. The likeliness, and you guys said that the Star Wars chick looked bad. This is like a split in image. Piss off, Jamala. Oh. Well, folks, I'm going to be off. It's past midnight. I've had a great stream. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. I mean, I had a shit day today after finding out that, my housing situation is going to be absolutely shit and I'm going to be homeless in less than 6 weeks. But tonight, you all made it a really pleasant evening. And I thank you. It's been really fun. It's been it's been a nice evening for me to get my mind off things. So thank you so much for being awesome in the chat and, hanging out and having fun. I really enjoyed the stream today. So thanks so much, guys. It really means a lot to me. uh, I don't. The character on the Outlaws look bad, to be honest. It's just got the usual shit on them, right? But democracy is where it's at, and I'll leave that there. Democracy! And with that, I bid you all a farewell. Have a good night, folks. Remain legend. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We are trying to get to 7,000 subs. So if you're a returning viewer, hit that subscribe button. Peace! That didn't work. But that did. I appreciate it, Power Boss. I am going to drink some Liberty. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Bye!